Chapter 290. I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Seeing that he had pushed Yuan Shao away, Chi Su glanced at him in surprise. The aura that was about to erupt was also restrained. He looked at him and laughed faintly. Do you choose to bind your hands and feet, or do you want me to cripple you and bring you back? Suddenly, Chi Su took a step to the side, and a young man in black clothes slowly appeared from the void beside him. There was a long wound on his waist that kept spurting blood. It seemed like he was the one who had sneak attacked Yun Nuoxing. However, from the looks of it, he seemed to be in a sorry state because of that halberd attack. Chi Sha, you're actually injured. Chi Su was a little surprised to see this. The young man in black strength was about the same as his. He didn't expect him to be injured by Yun Nuoxing. The young man named Chi Sha didn't even frown when he heard this. He calmly wiped his wound, but he was surprised to find that the wound hadn't closed and blood was still spurting out. I miscalculated. I didn't expect him to have another divine weapon other than Ling Hong Jian. Chi Sha said indifferently, not taking it to heart at all. This brat, does he have that many divine weapons? Chi Su couldn't help but frown when he heard this. First, there were 2 long swords and a ridiculously long bow, which were all divine weapons. Now, there was a halberd, which was also a divine weapon. It was a little heaven-defying. With so many trump cards, could he be a divine son of some great force? However, it wasn't too troublesome for them to offend someone for Ling Hongjin. The Qi family had never been afraid of anyone in the realm of the gods. Bah! Bind your head! Yun Nuoxing snorted with laughter. If he were to bind himself and go to the Qi family, there would be no way for him to survive. Even the swirling zither might not be able to help him escape from the headquarters of the Qi family. This brat is also a tough nut to crack. Chi Su, don't waste time. The sooner you finish him off, the sooner you can go back and report on your mission. A golden-haired, middle-aged man slowly appeared beside Chi Su. His ruthless smile caused the fear in Yun Nuoxing's heart to rise to the extreme. His arms, which were as thick as an ordinary person's thighs, were wrapped around his arms. The muscles all over his body were constantly bulging under the rapid flow of blood, and his veins were wriggling like earthworms. With his muscles, he could probably beat Yun Nuoxing to death with a single punch. I only managed to find you after sealing the city for a month. If I can't take you down, I'll become a laughingstock. On the other side, another person covered in a black robe appeared. A pair of sinister eyes stared at Yun Nuoxing, making him shiver. For netherworld king powerhouses, the Qi family sure is impressive. In order to catch a nameless brat like me, they actually mobilized such a heavy force. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the 4 people and sneered. With Zi Ye's insight, he clearly saw the strength of the 4 people. Although there was no change in his expression, his heart slowly sank. If he wanted to deal with 4 gods, he wouldn't be able to do it without the help of the swirling zither and Zi Ye's strength. However, it would be fine as long as he could break through the barrier and escape. They're going all out. Even the Yuan family can't intimidate them. I reckon that the token of the Temple of Elements is also useless, Zi said with a faint smile. How can you still smile at this time? Yun Nuoxing's face darkened. The sinister person suddenly fixed his gaze on Yun Nuoxing's face. He narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, Brat, remove the thing on your face for me. The eyes of the entire city followed the voice and fixed on Yun Nuoxing. Everyone present now knew about the grudge between Yun Nuoxing and the Qi family. Those who were eager to try at the beginning suppressed those thoughts in their hearts. Although they coveted Ling Hongjian, it wasn't worthwhile to offend the Qi family. Exposed? Even Jin Jinwang didn't see through his disguise. Seeing the curious gazes from all corners, Yun Nuoxing's eyes instantly became gloomy. He really didn't expect that there would be a time when his mask would be seen through. The quality of the high-quality mask was enough to deal with some gods who were slightly weaker. At that time, Even Jin Jinwang and the others didn't notice it. This old man was indeed a netherworld king powerhouse. I told you to take it off. Seeing that Yun Nuoxing didn't move, the sinister young man narrowed his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand. His palm stretched across the air and pulled Yun Nuoxing's face. A layer of blue and red light quietly flickered on the latter's face. In just a moment, his original appearance was revealed. At this moment, everyone was stunned. As the blue light faded, a peerless beauty appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Bright eyes, white teeth, creamy eyebrows, a tranquil little face, long and narrow beautiful eyes that contained a hint of emptiness and purity, a tall nose, a sparkling and translucent face that was as lovely and moving as an exquisite jade. Even though a few years had passed, this face still hadn't changed in the slightest. A girl? It's a girl! God, I must have seen wrongly. When they saw Yun Nuoxing's original face, everyone was shocked to the point of being absent-minded. How did a handsome young man turn into a devastatingly beautiful young lady in an instant? Was she disguised as a man? Even Jin Hung and the others were a little dumbfounded as they stared at Yun Nuoxing in a daze. However, Ming said very calmly, "Don't be so agitated. Brother is still brother. It's just that his original appearance is a little like sisters." Hearing this, everyone smiled bitterly. Even Xian didn't know what to say. This person had changed so much. Taiyuan goddess. Perhaps everyone was shocked by the change in Yun Nuoxing's appearance. But when this tranquil little face fell into the eyes of Chi Su and the others, their expressions changed drastically. They couldn't help but blurt out a name, causing the entire city to be shocked. Taiyuan goddess? The girl with the light element in the Taiyuan region? I didn't expect the Taiyuan goddess to come to this place. She's a future Heaven Meridian master. This girl's potential is astonishing. Hearing Chi Su and the others' exclamations, Jin Hung and the others were stunned again. The name of the Taiyuan goddess had spread to several other regions, and many people knew about it. Although Yun Nuoxing had revealed her true appearance, they still didn't think in that direction. After all, the Taiyuan goddess had the light element. This was something that they didn't even dare to think about. No wonder she was so fast just now. Yuan muttered softly. She had just seen Yun Nuoxing disappear into the horizon in less than a blink of an eye. F***CK. When Chi Su exposed her identity, which she had tried so hard to hide, blue veins popped out on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. Goddess, your sister, goddess. I'm a man. A real man doesn't change his name. My name is Yun Nuoxing, not some Taiyuan goddess, and definitely not some Yusin. Hearing the chatter and thinking about the past, Yun Nuoxing was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She directly roared, "It's her, Yusin. The Divine King asked us to take special care of her. He said that we should help if we see her." Hearing this name, Jin Heng's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the person Jin Jinwang had repeatedly warned would appear in front of him. That girl named Yusin was the person under the protection of the 9 divine temples. However, what was even more unexpected was that Jin Jinwang and the others had said that it was a girl with a light element called Yusin. In the end, it turned out that she was a teenager. What? The Divine King? The Divine King of the Golden Divine Temple? Hearing this, Yao Ling and Yuan Shi were stunned. Everyone knew about Jin Jinwang's name. Hearing him say this, they were a little surprised. Yes, the Divine King instructed us. No, it should be said that the 9 divine temples instructed us to provide unconditional help if we meet Yusin. Little brother Nuoxing. It's a death order. Even if we have to climb a mountain of swords or dive into a sea of fire, we have to do it. Jin Hung scratched his head and nodded. However, he was very puzzled. He didn't know why there was such an order. He guessed that even the other 8 divine temples, Shensis, were puzzled. However, doubts were doubts. After figuring out the situation, Jin Hung took out a token from his sleeve. Ming Ming saw his confusion and said softly, Uncle Gene and Annie Moo said that Big Brother looks like someone's child. That's why something like this happened. Hearing this, everyone was puzzled. Gene Hung was even more puzzled. However, he didn't probe further. Since it was a death order, he had to carry it out. However, when he wanted to crush the token to call for backup from the Golden Divine Temple, he was stunned. The Divine Sky City is sealed. I can't get anyone from the Golden Temple to come. Gene Hung was dumbfounded when he thought of the great city defense array that could withstand an attack from an emperor god. He looked at the others in a daze. Now that they were alone, they couldn't get anyone to come. They weren't powerful enough either. What could they do? Everyone smiled bitterly. What can I do? I'm also in despair. If you call me Goddess Taiyuan again, I'll kill you. Yun Nuashing flew into a rage. With a wave of his hand, he threw out all 18 types of divine artifacts. Just as he was about to display the heaven refining great formation, the shady young man took a step back as if he had seen a ghost. God, this guy has so many divine weapons on him. No wonder he's so fearless. Even if it's a god underworld expert, it's hard to say who will win. This lunatic, he actually made the divine weapons recognize him as their master. Qi Sha couldn't help but curse. In his eyes, Yun Nuashing's actions were tantamount to suicide. Didn't she know that one person could at most make 2 divine weapons recognize him as their master? Qi Wen, why are you afraid? Qi Su was a little confused when he saw the gloomy young man take a step back. Hearing this, the gloomy young man named Qi Wen glared at him. He rubbed his chin as if he had fallen into deep thought. This guy is dangerous. Qi Wen pondered for a long time and said in a serious voice. Qi Su and the others were stunned. They thought they had heard wrong and thought it was a fantasy. Legend has it that there's a kind of physique that can contain countless spiritual weapons. All the energy in the world can be used for oneself. Qi Wen said slowly. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's heart sank. Could it be that someone could recognize this rare physique? Even if you have dozens of divine weapons, there won't be any backlash or burden. There's no limit to refining the energy of everything in the world. There can only be one such physique in the world. It's called. Qi Wen paused and stared at Yun Nuashing repeatedly. Then he looked at the 18 divine weapons. His deep voice spread throughout the divine sky city like thunder. Spiritual divine physique. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing gasped. She didn't expect to be recognized. Wasn't it said that the spiritual divine physique wouldn't appear more than 10 times? How could someone recognize it? Was there an end to this? Was there a meeting to judge him today? They wouldn't stop until they found out everything about him, right? This is also a living fossil. Who knows how long it's been around? Maybe they accidentally saw an ancient record? But Yi also lowered his voice this time. It was easy to confuse the spiritual divine physique with the spiritual divine physique. He didn't expect Qi Wen to recognize it so quickly. When the spiritual divine physique appeared, the entire god world would be shaken. At that time, even if she had her power, she wouldn't be able to fight against the entire world. Spiritual divine physique? What? Is there such a physique in the world? I've never heard of it. However, it was also true that not many people knew what this physique was. Although the people below were discussing it, no one could say anything. This made Yun Nuashing slightly relieved. It seemed like there was still time for them to prepare themselves mentally. Even Gene Hung and the rest were at a loss. That day in the Drunken Immortal Inn, they had discussed the current physiques with Chu Ilian and the rest, but they had never heard of such a physique. Boom! The soles of his feet directly stepped on the void. The already prepared heaven, refining great formation, directly opened up and expanded to a size of 10,000 feet. At this moment, the energy of heaven and earth became chaotic and uncontrollably rushed into the formation. The underground dragon vein also rushed up at this moment. The endless power of the stars filled the horizon and penetrated the barrier, pouring into the heaven refining great formation. At this moment, The bright white sky actually flickered with a little bit of starlight. This time, the heaven refining great formation had been perfected by Yun Nuashing for a long time. It was close to half complete. The 3 formations were completely opened. One floated high in the sky, one flowed under his feet, and the last one floated in front of him, sealing half of the space. Unfortunately, it's not completely perfected. The 10,000 spirits killing formation has a total of 6 great formations, forming a 10,000 spirits domain. Even if a god entered, he would be exhausted to death. With a thought, the 18 types of divine weapons returned to their positions at the secondary formation eye. Hundreds of energy matrices weaved through, dazzling the eyes of the people watching. The spiritual divine physique, the heavens are really blessing my Qi family. After listening, Qi Su smiled faintly. He naturally knew that the origin of the divine physique could be seized. The excitement in his eyes made him directly ignore the 3 huge formations in the sky and on the ground. "I'll be the first to beat you to death!" Yun Nuashing was furious. Chapter 291. The arrays that covered the sky were like 3 gigantic silver plates. One of them covered the space above and the other one below. The last one rotated in front of Yun Nuashing. Boundless energy flowed between the 2 arrays. Rumbling sounds reverberated throughout the entire area. Even the air was trembling. Yun Nuashing, Qi Su, and the others were like insignificant ants in the arrays. Don't let your guard down. These 3 arrays aren't easy to deal with. Qi Wen reminded them. His aura was fluctuating, and the surrounding space was also fluctuating. It was on the verge of collapsing. It's just 3 arrays. I don't believe he can cause any trouble. Qi Su smiled disapprovingly. The aura of the god of the underworld broke out from his body and dispersed all the energy in the surrounding space. "Grandpa, I'm going to destroy you." Seeing Qi Su and the others' actions, Yun Nuashing sneered. He changed his hand seal, and the array that covered the sky started to rotate like a millstone. The surrounding space also started to tremble violently. As the 3 great arrays slowly rotated, the energy of the world suddenly became extremely wild. The onlookers paled on the spot and hurriedly retreated. The overflowing energy caused their souls to feel fear. Some of the weaker ones even spat out mouthfuls of blood, their faces deathly pale. The great arrays hadn't even started to attack, but there were already people who couldn't withstand it. Heaven refining array, heaven and earth refining. With a flap of his 6 wings, Yun Nuashing's figure appeared in the sky. Overwhelming light purple flames surged out from his body and poured into the arrays. Bang! The cry had just sounded when the entire area shook violently. A circle of pale purple fire circle was like a ripple as it rapidly spread from the eye of the formation to the edge. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the crowd, 1,000 feet large pale purple energy ball condensed at the eye of the formation. The energy ball was filled with an energy that could destroy the world. Refine. Yun Nuashing's face revealed a sinister smile. He suddenly pointed his finger downwards. The 3 arrays trembled violently, and the entire world was filled with a violent roar. The scene in their line of sight started to vibrate rapidly. Then, the 3 balls of light purple energy gushed out like a spring. They instantly turned into 3 energy light pillars and shot towards Qi Su and the others. Attack! Seeing this unexpectedly ferocious energy, Qi Su withdrew his faint smile and slowly turned gloomy. In the end, his expression became grave. With a low cry, a black broad axe appeared in his hand, after which it instantly grew to 1,000 feet in size. The black energy light carried a frightening energy fluctuation as it spread. Beside him, Qi Wen also unleashed his powerful energy with a grave expression. He followed closely behind the broad axe and welcomed the pale purple light pillar descending from the sky. Below, the Qi Sha duo also unleashed their full strength, viciously colliding with the light pillars that were shooting towards them from below and in front. Boom! In that instant of collision, an earth-shattering explosion resounded through the world. The buildings below were directly shaken and collapsed. The wind pressure that carried a majestic force slapped the people outside the array tens of thousands of meters away. Some people even vomited blood and fainted. Meow. Refine. In the sky, Yun Nuashing fiercely clenched his teeth. A small section of his waist-long, light, purple hair turned grayish-white. His finger continued to press downwards, and another section of his hair turned white. The broad axe that was bitterly resisting, as well as the obstruction of Chi Sha and the others below, were all destroyed with a bang. Refine. Without any obstruction, the 3 light pillars suppressed the 4 people almost instantly at the speed of light. They collided in the middle with a loud bang. Boom! A huge firestorm that was 100,000 feet wide swept through the sky like a punishment from the heavens. A loud sound that deafened everyone rang out in the distant sky. The firestorm swept out. One end of the storm was connected to the divine sky city below, while the other end was connected to the barrier in the sky above. Even the space itself was unable to bear the weight, and countless wide cracks spread out from the divine sky city. Opening her evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing looked at the human-shaped Qi in the firestorm. Madness appeared on her face, and the silver-white Linghong sword appeared in her hand. The heaven-refining array shot out 2 light pillars of energy and poured them all into the thin needle, dyeing it silver-purple. Holding the Linghong sword in her hand, she viciously drew an arc in the direction of the life ripple below. Linghong sword. Sky-shaking roar. Boom! A shattering sound came from the space, and large patches of the sky collapsed. 100-meter-wide crack was cut open under the divine sky city. The sword light behind her, along with the firestorm, bombarded the barrier. Boom! The 2 huge forces collided with the barrier of the divine sky city, causing countless ripples on the barrier. However, it did not break even after a long time. Damn it! Yun Nuashing smacked her lips. She could not continuously use such a large amount of energy to fight. Fortunately, the important parts of the heaven refining array had been perfected, and the energy consumption had been greatly reduced. However, using the purple night flame still used up nearly half of her energy. Refine. With a sudden press of his finger, the 3 arrays started to tremble once again. 3 faint purple light pillars instantly shot out, but this time they didn't shoot towards Chi Su and the others. Instead, they flashed past and blasted towards the divine sky city's barrier. Boom! The 3 pillars of light collided with the barrier, and the violent explosion caused a firestorm that made the heavens and earth lose their color slightly. The destructive power bombarded the barrier wave after wave, causing it to ripple rapidly, but it persevered and did not collapse. I said, "You can escape." The firestorm behind her was forcefully reversed by the 4 vast forces. As the firestorm dissipated, Chi Su and the other 3 appeared in front of everyone again. They did not die in the terrifying firestorm. However, looking at the trace of blood at the corner of their mouths and their slightly charred robes, it was obvious that they did not feel good after being hit by Forge the Universe twice. Indeed, they can't die. The King of Hell is so troublesome. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing shook his head in disappointment. However, he was not too upset. He was not a god, and it was already the greatest miracle that he could cause harm to a god. Brother destroyed the city again. Seeing the ruined divine sky city, Ming, who was far away, could not help but mutter. When the heaven refining array had just appeared, Yuan Shao had already escaped far away with his people. Seeing this scene now, he was a little glad that he had not been involved. "Since you're done, it's my turn now." Seeing Yun Nuashing's twitching face, Chi Su sneered. He stepped into the void and passed through the array like a ghost. He directly appeared in front of Yun Nuashing and grabbed at Yun Nuashing's head. "Refine." Almost as soon as he finished his sentence, 3 huge light pillars shot out from the 3 arrays and fiercely shot towards Chi Su and the others. Boom! Chi Wen and the other 2, who did not manage to escape in time, were directly suppressed in the heaven refining array by the 3 light pillars. They used all their energy to resist the destructive power coming from outside and could not move at all. Give me your life. Chi Su's speed was almost at its maximum. Ordinary people could only see a black shadow flash by, and his hand was less than an inch away from Yun Nuoxing's face. The big hand grabbed down fiercely, but he did not catch anything. There was only a patch of bright golden light particles lingering in front of him and slowly dissipating, which stunned him. Old man, give me your life. Almost as soon as Chi Su's hand grabbed, Yun Nuoxing's body was surrounded by light particles and instantly appeared behind him. She held the Feng Tian halberd in her hand and swept it towards Chi Su's head. From the looks of it, even if Chi Su was a Netherworld King expert, his head would be sent flying. Humph. After being distracted for a moment, Chi Su quickly reacted. He felt a strong wind coming from his right and snorted coldly. His figure also disappeared in a flash. He avoided the Feng Tian halberd and appeared behind Yun Nuoxing. His big hand released a torrent of energy that swept towards Yun Nuoxing. Oh no! Before Yun Nuoxing could retrieve her Feng Tian halberd, she felt a ferocious energy coming from behind her. If she was hit, she would definitely be seriously injured or even die. She immediately used the light element and flew far away. The light element only has speed, but not agility. Seeing a mass of light particles spreading in front of him, Chi Su sneered and moved again. When Yun Nuoxing just appeared, he stuck close to her and released a torrent of energy. Chi Su's cultivation had reached the Netherworld King level, and his speed was already comparable to Yun Nuoxing's. If this dragged on, the latter would suffer a great loss. Just as he steadied himself, without waiting for him to come back to his senses, he was greeted with a slap, causing all the hair on Yun Nuoxing's body to stand on end. He promptly used the light element, and his figure moved horizontally. However, Chi Su's figure followed closely behind like a maggot in a tarsal bone. F***CK. After chasing for a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing gritted her teeth and released a golden light from the divine light mirror from the refining heaven array, enveloping her. This momentary pause allowed Chi Su's fist to land on her waist. Puchi! This punch caused Yun Nuoxing's face to turn pale, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. A ruthless look flashed in her eyes as she clenched the sky piercer in her hand and fiercely hacked at Chi Su's shoulder with a purple night flame, creating a huge wound from her shoulder to her waist. Exchanging a punch for a halberd, Yun Nuoxing's body flickered with golden light as she retreated. In the blink of an eye, she appeared 1,000 meters away. This time, Chi Su actually didn't chase after her. Damn it, so troublesome. She casually wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and the cold sweat on her head. She was almost hit several times just now. If it wasn't for the energy barrier at the end, she would probably be dead by now. This was the first time she fought a Netherworld King level expert head-on, and she was in danger several times. In the distance, Chi Su's face was gloomy. He dipped his finger in the blood on his chest and licked it. He smiled faintly and said, "It's been a long time since I was injured, but it still can't be repaired." A divine-ranked weapon would cause irreparable damage to a god. That wound had the aura of a divine-ranked weapon lingering around it, making it very difficult to repair. Yun Nuoxing clenched her teeth and took out the Linghong sword. The energy in her body surged out and poured into the Linghong sword, causing it to become extremely resplendent. Frightening spatial fluctuations spread out from the sword, and the entire space shook violently. There were even some small cracks that appeared in some places. "Xing Xing, behind you!" Just as Yun Nuoxing was about to give Chi Su a fierce blow, Xian hurriedly shouted. She was stunned for a moment. Before she could turn around, she felt a terrifying energy lick her body. Oh no! Feeling this energy, Yun Nuoxing's face instantly turned pale. She couldn't react in such a short time. At this critical moment, the immortal energy in her body uncontrollably broke out of her body and surged on the surface of her body. Just as the immortal energy surged out, a rainbow-colored energy suddenly appeared behind her. It broke through the immortal energy as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashed fiercely into Yun Nuoxing's body. Xing Xing. In the distance, Xian's beautiful face instantly turned pale when she saw Yun Nuoxing being swallowed by a large ball of energy. If it weren't for his repeated warnings, she wouldn't have been able to control herself and would have rushed over. On the other hand, Jin Heng and the others were extremely anxious. They stomped their feet in the sky as if they wanted to rush over and help, but they were powerless to do so. Buzz! Just as everyone thought that Yun Nuoxing had been swallowed by the ball of energy, the large ball of energy suddenly surged. Then they saw the ball of energy rapidly shrink as if it was being absorbed by something. In a few blinks of an eye, it disappeared. As the energy ball disappeared, Yun Nuoxing's figure also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. His appearance was as good as new, which made people a little surprised. His long, light purple hair had returned to its original appearance at some point in time and was no longer pale. So this is what it means to contain all the energy in the world. Her body emitted a faint fluorescent light. Feeling the abundant energy in her body, Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. The ball of energy just now had been completely absorbed by her and refined in her body. There wasn't a trace of obstruction. The excess was all transferred to her Linghong sword. After all, the energy of an underworld king expert was still very powerful. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Qi Su couldn't help but frown. Even Qi Sha, who had just released the energy, was a little stunned. He didn't know why his attack was ineffective. The spiritual divine body can swallow energy and can only use physical attacks. It seems like it's true. As for Qi-Wen, she nodded blankly and continued to resist the 3 energy light pillars without the slightest bit of hesitation. Taking advantage of the moment when he was absent-minded, Yun Nuoxing fiercely grabbed the Linghong sword and swept it in a circle. Linghong sword, sky-shaking roar. A dazzling light flashed in front of his eyes, and the smell of death suddenly appeared in his heart. The moment Qi Su reacted, he quickly took out a black long sword. Qi! Boom! In the sky, a purple light flashed. Everyone saw that the long sword that had just appeared in Qi Su's hand was swept by the purple light. Immediately after, a soft sound rang out. A purple crack appeared on the black-colored longsword. Then, with a bang, it shattered into pieces. At the same time, the entire sky shattered. The pitch-black void was like a huge mouth that devoured people as it devoured the surrounding energy. Puchi! The black longsword didn't even have time to swing and was split by the purple light. Qi Su immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was a little dispirited, and he hurriedly retreated with a pale face. The speed of Linghong sword's attack had already reached the speed of light. It was so fast that he couldn't react. Even the heavens and earth were split apart by the sword, causing people's hearts to tremble. The Last Sword. Chapter 292. After easily shattering Qi Su's weapon, Yun Nuoxing did not show any mercy. Without saying anything, she directly grabbed the Linghong sword and slammed it into a green longsword. The energy from her body, along with her mental energy and spiritual strength, were all poured into the Linghong sword. Her beautiful purple hair swiftly turned white at a speed visible to the naked eye. Spatial rend! Yun Nuoxing took a step forward and cried out loudly. The green long sword in her hand, which was wrapped by the Linghong sword, swiftly drew a perfect arc in the sky. Don't stay on the same plane. Below, Qi Wen's eyes suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. Suddenly, she cried out in horror. However, this cry was too late. Her voice had just sounded when everyone saw a glaring, colorful sword glow appear to have cut through everything on the plain. The direction was not visible to the naked eye. In an instant, it had caught up with Chi-Su, God King's shield. Under such a crisis, Chi-Su's action was purely a reflex. It was so fast that he did not know what he had done. A huge black shield opened in front of him and blocked him behind it. Crack! The God King's shield had just appeared. Before it could expand its barrier, the purple sword glow had already arrived and hacked onto the shield. Immediately, a clear shattering sound appeared. The frightening energy passed through the fragments and smashed onto the stunned Chi-Su's body. Bang! The entire space emitted a sound of being overwhelmed. The shattered space formed a spatial crack that was 1,000 feet wide. It was a complete circle. Grug! The space had just shattered when two sounds of blood being vomited sounded at the same time. Two bloody mists splashed in the sky. Everyone's vision recovered at this moment. They hurriedly looked around and saw that the Linghong sword had automatically withdrawn into Yun Nuoxing's body. His face was pale, as though he had suffered a backlash. His face was covered in cold sweat. A trace of golden, red blood hung from the corner of his mouth on his beautiful face. His eyes were a little absent-minded. Far away from him, Chi-Su's entire body was covered in blood as he trembled while ceaselessly gasping for cold air. A terrifying and hideous wound had appeared on his waist, and had almost broken his waist. The wound was a few inches wide, and one could faintly see the squirming internal organs within it. Obviously, the attack from before had caused both of them to suffer heavy injuries. Xing. Ziyin could not help but want to rush out when she saw Yun Nuoxing's appearance. However, this time, Ming stopped her. Sister Ziyin, you can't go. Ming hugged her slender legs and shook his head with all his strength. Hearing this, she also came back to her senses in an instant and hurriedly stopped her feet. She was so concerned that she was in a mess. At that moment, Ziyin had already forgotten Yun Nuoxing's instructions. Meow, your life is really tough. Yun Nuoxing panted. He licked his lips and sneered with difficulty. The Linghong sword had passed through him 3 times, causing his spiritual energy to reach its limit. He could no longer use it. If he used it again, he would suffer a backlash. However, he still forcefully summoned it. The silver light was a little blurry as he waved it at Chi-Su. Chi-Su, who was in the distance, trembled when he saw him in this state. He glanced at him in horror and hurriedly commanded his battered body to retreat into the city in a sorry state. As he retreated, he even took out a jade bottle and poured the medicinal liquid inside onto his wounds, even though he knew that this action wouldn't have much of an effect. Seeing that Chi-Su was escaping, Yun Nuoxing did not chase after him. After using the Linghong sword 3 times, he was already a little tired and his mind was a little dizzy. Even if he chased after him, it would be difficult to stop him. Moreover, with Chi-Su's injuries, it would definitely be impossible for him to recover without half a year's time. The damage caused by a divine weapon was difficult to heal. It was not impossible for him to die if he was not careful. Now he was still using the refining heaven array to restrain Chi-Wen and the other 2. It was not the right time to chase after them. He looked at the 3 people in the refining heaven array. At this moment, the 3 of them were doing their best to resist the destructive energy, so much so that they could not free themselves from what had just happened. They only had time to shout, but it was not enough to distract them. After all, in such a dangerous moment, if there was even the slightest negligence, they would fall into an unimaginable situation. Yun Nuoxing frowned and pressed his finger down on the heaven, refining great formation. The great formation shook violently, and 3 even more resplendent pillars of light shot out from the eye of the formation. They swiftly blasted towards Chi-Wen and the other 2. From the looks of it, it wanted to refine the 3 of them alive. Buzz. At this moment, a soft buzzing sound suddenly spread throughout the entire divine sky city. Then everyone saw that the barrier that enveloped the entire divine sky city had actually dissipated at this moment. Everyone in the city was stunned. They did not know why the barrier had suddenly dissipated, but one thing was for sure. Once the barrier dissipated, the outside world would truly be as vast as the sea and sky. At that time, with Yun Nuoxing's light element and Ling Hongjian, no one would be able to drag him out. His pupils shrank slightly. Although Yun Nuoxing had doubts in his heart, he did not care about them at this moment. He glanced at the three people in the refining heaven array and coldly snorted. His 6 wings flapped, bringing about a gale. Rich light element wrapped around him, and his figure turned into a ray of golden light that flew out of the divine sky city. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the horizon. At the same time, the 3 huge arrays separated and withdrew their energy. In a few flashes, they appeared on both sides of Yun Nuoxing. Damn it, we actually let him escape. With the refining heaven array gone, Qisha and the other 2, who had lost their resistance, could not help but grit their teeth as they looked at the speed that they could not catch up to. At the side, Chi Su, who was in a sorry state, appeared. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and he constantly sucked in cold air. The intense pain made him unable to even speak. His entire body was trembling, and the cold sweat on his forehead gathered into a small stream and flowed down. The 3 of them looked at him in astonishment. Qi Wen's expression was even more solemn. Qi Su's strength was the same as his, the Nether King. If even he could not withstand the damage from Ling Hongjian, then if the 4 of them were to fight together, they would probably be injured or dead by now. That small sword is too terrifying, isn't it? Qisha could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Qi Su's strength was much stronger than his, but even he could not withstand it. Why did the barrier suddenly dissipate? Another person frowned and asked. They had paid a huge price to get the few ancient forces to agree to open this barrier. Normally, they would not open the great city defense array unless there was danger. Now that it had suddenly dissipated, he was very confused. Qi Wen looked around and then looked at the damaged divine sky city. With a wave of his hand, he closed some of the cracks in the ground and restored some of the collapsed buildings. They were here to represent the Qi family, so they could not suffer too much damage. Don't worry, they won't be able to escape. Qi Wen looked in the direction that Yun Nuoxing had flashed past, but he was not anxious at all. He only smiled faintly. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard the sound of rushing wind coming from afar. They all turned their gazes in that direction. As expected, they saw a large group of people flying towards them from the divine sky city. The leader of the group was slightly stunned when he saw them. Then he flashed over to Qi Su and the others. The person who came was dressed in white and looked like a young man. He was about the same age as them and looked a little delicate. However, from the vicissitudes of life in his eyes, one could tell that he was an old monster who had lived for a long time. Oh my God! That's the 3rd elder of the Qi family, Qiyu. Why is even he here? I heard that he has already reached the underworld emperor level. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss just to catch the goddess of Taiyuan? Seeing the arrival of this person, there was an intense cry in the city. When that person arrived and saw Qi Su's sorry state, he could not help but cry out, "4th brother, how did you get injured like this?" Hearing that, Qi Su trembled and looked at him. The pain made him cover his wound and unable to speak. "3rd brother, is everything ready?" Qi Wen sighed and asked when he saw the person who had come. "Yes, it's done. The area around the divine sky city has been sealed. No one can enter or leave." Hearing that, the young man in white nodded and said, "Our Qi family is determined to get Ling Hongjian. This time, we will definitely not let that little brat escape." Chase. Following that, Qi Wen and the other 4, as well as the large group of people who had just arrived, chased after Yun Nuoxing. It seemed that they did not intend to let Yun Nuoxing go. Seeing that the people of the Qi family had chased after Ling Hongjian, Many people who wanted to join in the fun hurriedly chased after them. In an instant, groups of people soared into the sky from the divine Sky City and flew in the direction of the Chi family. Although they knew that a battle of this level could easily destroy the world, they still wanted to see it clearly with their own eyes. Sixth uncle, chase after them quickly. Yuan, she also hurriedly asked Yuan Shao to chase after them. When the others heard that, they laughed bitterly but did not say anything. They were also very worried about Yun Nuoxing's safety. I really can't help you. Hearing that, Yuan Shao hurriedly led the others and flew over. At the same time, he laughed bitterly. In a battle between the underworld kings, he, as a Shanming, could not help at all. All right, just chase after them, the others shouted, making him feel even more helpless. With the 3 arrays, Yun Nuoxing streaked across the sky like a golden shooting star. Until now, he had not put away the refining sky array. He was still vigilant and felt that the disappearance of the barrier was very strange. It was not normal. It seemed like the barrier had been dissipated by someone. Damn it. What the F***CK? God damn it. While flying rapidly, Yun Nuoxing did not forget to curse the people of the Qi family viciously. The dizziness in his head made him have the urge to fall asleep. He hurriedly activated the refining sky array to extract some energy from heaven and earth and refined it into his body. He also activated the soul burning technique in reverse to convert it into soul power. However, the damage to one's soul could not be healed by simply replenishing soul power. It required time and calmness to recover. Brother Nuoxing. The heavenly halberd suddenly flew to his side and shook slightly. Lan Xian, Ari's illusory figure, appeared from the heavenly halberd. When she saw Yun Nuoxing's sorry state, she could not help but be shocked. She also knew about the battle just now. Although she wanted to come out and help, she was suppressed in the heavenly halberd and could not come out. Now that Yun Nuoxing had released the suppression because he was tired, she could come out. Xian, go back, we are not out of danger yet. Seeing Lan Xian suddenly come out, Yun Nuoxing was shocked. He grabbed her hand and wanted to seal her back into the heavenly halberd again. No, I want to help you. Seeing that, Lan Xian hurriedly broke free from his hand and supported him. Traces of soul power were injected into his body, which increased Yun Nuoxing's speed imperceptibly. Seeing that, Yun Nuoxing laughed bitterly and shook his head helplessly. He quickly increased his speed a little. After flying at such a high speed for a few minutes, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt that he was in danger. He suddenly stopped, and the purple night flame erupted at the right time. His body also stopped extremely stiffly, as if it was nailed into the air. Looking at the empty space in front of him, Yun Nuoxing frowned and directly stabbed the heavenly halberd in front of him. Bang! The heavenly halberd had just extended for less than 5 feet when it suddenly hit something. Circles of ripples spread out from the tip of the heavenly halberd, like ripples in the water. An energy barrier? Seeing that, Yun Nuoxing frowned slightly. The purple night flame gushed out from his palm and adhered to the transparent barrier. It released an extremely high temperature and burned the barrier until it became illusory. Brat, I said before, you can't escape. Just as a hole was about to be burned in the barrier, there was a sound of wind behind him. A faint laughter also slowly sounded amidst the sound. Yun Nuoxing's heart sank. He ignored Lan Xian's resistance and forcefully kept her in the heavenly halberd. He slowly turned around and looked at the people from the Qi family who were surrounding them. His face gradually darkened, especially when he saw the person at the front. His heart twitched. Emperor of the Netherworld. Chapter 293. The Qi family is really generous. They sent 5 deities above the heavenly god realm to capture me. Yun Nuoxing's gaze swept across the few of them. Finally, his gaze landed on the dying Qi Su. Yun Nuoxing sneered. With a single thought, the heaven refining formation rotated and appeared before him, aiming at the person in the middle. The 4 deities who had just arrived had already put him in a difficult situation. Now there was the Emperor of the Dead. One must have a backup plan after surviving a disaster. Yun Nuashing sighed in her heart and clenched her fists nervously. Zi Yi suddenly became arrogant and refused to help at the critical moment. He was only a cultivator of the immortal level. Even if he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeves, the other party was a true king of the Netherworld. Now, there was an even more powerful emperor of the Netherworld. He felt like he was about to die. Oh, you have the Linghong sword, so it's not a big deal for the 5 of us to come out together. If not for the fact that we were afraid that the battle would destroy the divine Sky City and make it difficult to explain to others, you wouldn't have been able to come out from the city just now. The person in the middle nodded and said. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing squinted her eyes and took a few steps back. She placed her palms behind her back and released the purple night flame, burning the transparent barrier continuously. All right, enough nonsense. Are you going to hand over the Linghong sword yourself? Or are you waiting for us to do it ourselves? Qi Yu waved his hand. Yun Nuashing's little movements didn't escape his eyes. He looked at her expressionlessly and said, Go to hell. A cold light flashed in Yun Nuashing's eyes. With a thought, the heaven refining array shot out 3,000 feet, long faint purple light pillars. The destructive energy waves spread out, causing Chi Su's expression to change slightly. He took a step back hurriedly. With his current injuries, he couldn't take it at all. Seeing Yun Nuashing's final struggle, Chi Yu shook his head. He clenched his fist gently towards the 3 light pillars that were sweeping towards him like angry dragons. Kacha! When the 2 energy light pillars were less than 3 meters away from him, they suddenly stopped. Then a crisp sound rang out. The light pillars were like shattered glass, drifting in the air without even a ripple. Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. She laughed dryly. The heaven-refining great array could be used to suppress the Netherworld King. But when it came to the Netherworld Emperor, it didn't have any deterrence at all. Haha, little star, you're out of tricks. Zi Yi laughed loudly in his heart when he saw this. So why are you still smiling? Yun Nuashing was speechless. Quick, save me. There's no hurry. Wait a little longer. Just hold on for another 10 minutes. Zi Yi said indifferently. He even took a sip of tea, causing Yun Nuashing's face to darken even more. I don't know if I should say this out loud. Yun Nuashing cursed fiercely. She took a deep breath. Although she didn't want to, for the sake of her own life, she had to hold on for another 10 minutes. She didn't know what was wrong with this girl today. After casually shattering the 3 light pillars, Chiyu took a step forward and gently waved his hand at Yun Nuashing. A palm that was tens of thousands of feet in size suddenly formed and blasted toward Yun Nuashing. Tell me! Seeing that Chiyu was about to attack without saying anything, Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. She roared angrily. The heaven-refining great array merged together and started to spin crazily. The immortal energy in her body, along with the 5 elements, rushed into the heaven-refining great array. Then an extremely resplendent energy light pillar gushed out like a volcanic eruption. The huge light pillar illuminated half the sky and collided fiercely with the palm. Boom! Terrifying energy ripples surged out in all directions, and the desert below was blasted open by the energy shockwaves, creating a huge crater. The energy light pillar of the heaven-refining great array was annihilated. Although the palm was much weaker, it still continued to slap towards Yun Nuashing. The huge wind caused her robes to be tightly pressed against her body. Feeling the terrifying energy contained in the palm, Yun Nuashing's face turned slightly pale. She gritted her teeth, and the purple night flame surged out of her body and poured into the heaven-refining great array. She turned it into a crazily spinning fire disk, and then faced the palm head-on. Boom! The terrifying collision was like a meteorite. In an instant, there was an earth-shattering explosion. The entire desert trembled at this moment. The yellow sand below was pushed far away, forming a desert basin that sunk a few hundred meters. Boom! Energy ripples filled with destructive energy spread rapidly from the point of impact, shattering the surrounding space. It actually showed no signs of recovering. Kacha! Suddenly, a slight cracking sound came from the horizon, causing Yun Nuashing's heart to sink. She suddenly opened her evil spirit eye and discovered that cracks had spread out from the center of the fire disk under her palm. From the looks of it, it seemed like it couldn't hold on any longer. Is this the power of an underworld emperor? Even the heaven refining great array can't hold on any longer. Seeing that the heaven refining great array was at a disadvantage, Yun Nuashing laughed bitterly. She controlled the energy of the fire disk with one hand, and the purple night flame surged out of her other hand, incessantly burning the barrier behind her. However, this time, she discovered that the defensive power of the barrier had quietly increased by a lot. No matter how much she urged the purple night flame, it couldn't appear in that illusory state just now. I've long been wary of you. In the distance, Qi Wen was holding a circular energy barrier in her palm, and she was constantly emitting energy to strengthen its defense. Seeing her actions from afar with her evil spirit eye, Yun Nuashing was so angry that her entire body trembled. Damn it! She had cut off all her escape routes. Crack! The cracks on the fire disk gradually increased. Although the giant palm was slowly becoming blurry, it was obvious that the fire disk couldn't hold on any longer. The goddess of Taiyuan is going to lose. In the distance, the onlookers had arrived at an unknown time. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but exclaim. As for Xian and the others who came with them, when they saw this, their expressions turned ugly. Now they couldn't call for help, and they couldn't help either. They could only watch helplessly. How depressing! Yun Nuashing clenched her teeth. Only the roots of her gorgeous purple hair were left. The rest of her hair had been completely replaced by a pale white color. Her energy was about to wither. Little girl, I can't hold on any longer. At this critical moment, Yun Nuashing was sweating profusely. She hurriedly cried out in her heart. The only thing she could do now was to let Purple Night take action. She was already at the end of her rope. There's no rush. Let's wait first. Purple Night wasn't in a hurry at all. However, this made Yun Nuashing very anxious. Brother Nuashing. In the Sky Piercer, Lan Shiner tried her best to get out. However, she was controlled by the consciousness of the Sky Piercer. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't break free. Grandpa, I'm going to kill you. Seeing more and more cracks on the fire disk, Yun Nuashing's eyes revealed a hint of madness. However, she didn't want to use the swirling zither. Instead, she took out all the divine artifacts and waved her hand, covering a radius of 100,000 feet. Seeing her actions, Qi Yu's eyelids twitched slightly. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. He waved his hand and pressed down on the fire disk again. Boom! A giant energy hand that was 100,000 feet long streaked across the sky and slammed down on the fire disk below. The sky refining array, which was already unable to bear the burden, collapsed at this moment like a camel that had its last straw added to the camel. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated through heaven and earth as the heaven refining array shattered. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted and actually shattered the giant energy hand. The two of them were annihilated in the air and disappeared. As the two forces of energy were destroyed, the surrounding space slowly repaired itself. The sky also regained its temporary clarity. 9 heavens, spirit-subduing array appear. Golden energy erupted from the depths of Yun Nuashing's body and illuminated it as if it was made of gold. Even the meridians in her body could be seen clearly. The golden energy turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. At the same time, The dozens of divine artifacts that had just been thrown down all changed their direction and plunged into the sand. As soon as the divine artifacts entered the sand, a golden pillar of light that was 300 meters tall descended from the sky and enveloped the dozen or so divine artifacts. Then, a few dozen rays of golden light flickered between the divine artifacts and flew past them. They quickly drew a complicated and profound golden formation that enveloped all the Chi family members. 9 heavens, spirit-subduing array, annihilation. Yun Nuoxing's expression was icy cold. Her hand seals changed rapidly. The surrounding energy of heaven and earth suddenly became violent. Along with all the energy in her body, it poured endlessly into the 9 heavens, spirit-subduing array like a tide. Her finger suddenly pointed at the golden array below. The array that was densely covered in golden lightning immediately seemed to have attracted a heavenly tribulation. Countless golden lightning bolts descended from the sky and crashed down on Chi-Yu. The expressions of Chi-Win and the rest changed slightly when they saw the lightning that seemed to cover the sky. Behind them, the scalps of the Chi-Sha duo turned numb. They could feel a destructive power that was even more berserk than the heaven-refining formation in this extremely beautiful golden lightning screen. However, when Chi saw this lightning screen, he smiled faintly and shook his head. He raised his hand and propped up an energy barrier above his head to protect the Chi family. When the barrier was formed, the lightning bolts that looked like the sky-refining array suddenly pounced. Then, amidst a loud thunderclap, the lightning engulfed the barrier. As the endless thunderbolts struck the barrier, a crackling sound suddenly erupted, causing the barrier to flicker. Golden lightning leaped and flashed on the surface of the barrier, as though there were countless cracks on it. In the huge lightning screen, a thin barrier seemed to be propping up the sky. No matter how the lightning bolts jumped, they could not penetrate it. In the middle of the sea of lightning, Chi-Yu smiled faintly and expanded the barrier a little. Then he lifted his foot and lightly stomped on the void. Boom! The golden array below Chi-Yu seemed to have been hit by something. It shook violently, and the golden light that flowed on the surface dimmed a little. It flickered unsteadily. Damn it! When Yun Nuoxing saw this scene, his heart sank. Just as he was about to wave his hand and use the heaven-refining array again, a feeling of emptiness suddenly came from his body, causing him to tremble violently. His vision actually became a little blurry. Am I at my limit? Feeling her weak body, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. However, she still supported the 9 heavens spirit-subduing array and resisted with all her might. Ha! Stubborn resistance! When Chi saw this, he smiled faintly. Then he lifted his foot again and stomped on the array below him. Boom! The golden formation shook, and the golden rays of light flickered. Even the desert below was shaken by this step, as if there was an earthquake. Boom! Boom! Chi-Yu lifted his foot and stomped on the golden array below him. Every time he stomped on it, the golden light on the surface of the array would flicker and become dimmer. Kacha! Under countless gazes, a soft sound suddenly came from the light array. Then, under everyone's gaze, the 9 heavens spirit-subduing array started to crack. It's over. When Yun Nuoxing saw that even the 9 heavens spirit-subduing array could not do anything to him, he smiled bitterly. He felt that he was about to be captured. Bam! With the last stomp, the entire golden array suddenly shattered and turned into spots of golden light that dissipated in the air. The weapons also retracted back into Yun Nuoxing's body. Kid, it's over. The moment the 9 heavens spirit-subduing array shattered, the lightning that filled the entire sky also dissipated. Chi-Yu laughed loudly and clenched his fist. A huge crystal-like fist that looked like it was about to materialize blasted towards Yun Nuoxing like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him. Looking at the huge fist that was inches away from him, Yun Nuoxing smiled evilly. He placed his hand over his heart, and a small zither flickered in his heart at an extremely high frequency. Just as Yun Nuashing was about to take out his whirlpool zither and play a merciless tune for these annoying fellows, a purplish-black shadow flew over from the distant sky. With a flash, it passed through the barrier and suddenly blocked Yun Nuashing's path. The purplish-black light was resplendent and moving, causing him to be stunned. Just when everyone thought that Yun Nuashing would not be able to escape death, the huge fist dissipated like a receding tide when it came into contact with the purplish-black light. Nothing was left behind. Everyone was stunned, including Chiyu. At this moment, everyone saw that a purplish-black weapon had appeared in front of Yun Nuashing without them noticing. Yun Nuashing also saw clearly what the purplish-black object was. He was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up with joy. Netherworld Ruins. Chapter 294. The purple-black giant sword was shining brightly, and the exquisite patterns on it were as colorful as living creatures. An ancient aura leaked out from the patterns. It had a unique aura of indomitable spirit that made the 9 heavens and 10 earths submit to it. Yun Nuashing had a special feeling for the Nethervoid sword. It fell down with him, and was his most intimate possession. It should have gone with him, but after he went to Star Luo City and subdued her weapon spirit, it suddenly left him. At that time, Yun Nuashing even joked that the divine weapon was like a person, saying that it needed some time alone. However, this time, it stayed alone for several years, and he missed it very much. Now, the Nethervoid sword had returned, and it still looked the same as before. If there was anything different, it seemed to be more spiritual and powerful. He had stored many materials to repair the Nethervoid sword, but he didn't know how to do it. Instead, it had repaired itself. After a few years, the man and the sword met again in this place that had crossed countless distances. Yun Nuashing was on the verge of tears. Of course, he wasn't touched, because her appearance meant that today's matter could be resolved. The Nethervoid sword, the first divine sword on the divine weapon ranking, divine sword record. It was 1 rank higher than the Linghong sword. Once the Nethervoid sword appeared, all things would return to the void. If the Linghong sword was a sword that could cut time and space, then the Nethervoid sword was a sword that could cut the world. It was forged for destruction, and it was the most terrifying sword. There was no record of its appearance in history. It could ignore spatial barriers and formations. It could enter and exit dangerous places as if it was an uninhabited place. All spatial barriers and formations could be easily broken. Nethervoid, 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 Nethervoid. At this moment, Yun Nuashing was so emotional that she didn't know what to say. She directly hugged the Netherworld Ruins sword and rubbed her beautiful face against it. Her nose was dripping with tears and snot. After so many years, she missed it very much. Nethervoid, Nethervoid, I missed you so much. Where have you been all these years? Anyone who saw a person hugging a huge sword and crying like a dog would be puzzled. Those who didn't know would think that this person had a mental breakdown. That sword. In the distance, Xian and the others saw Yun Nuashing hugging a purplish-black great sword and crying uncontrollably. However, their attention was focused on the great sword. They had never seen it before, but they subconsciously felt that she was very strong, even stronger than Ling Hongjin. Big brother, when did you get this sword? Why didn't I know about it? Seeing Yun Nuashing's expression, Ming looked at the Netherworld Ruins sword in surprise. She was the person who had followed Yun Nuashing the longest after Yuyin. She was very proud that she knew him the best, but now a sword that she had never seen before had appeared. She was a little upset. When everyone heard her upset voice, they all smiled bitterly. Was this something you should be upset about? Xian patted her head helplessly. This girl had always thought that she knew Yun Nuashing better than anyone else, so it was normal for her to have this kind of mentality. Yuan Shao smiled for a while. Looking at the Netherworld Ruins sword, his expression was a little serious. He said, "It should be in the divine sword record, but I don't know which one it is." I don't know. I've never seen or heard of it. Hearing this, Jean Hung and the others shook their heads. They didn't know much about the divine weapon's ranking. If others didn't tell them, they wouldn't know. Naturally, they didn't know that the Netherworld Ruins sword was the first divine sword in the divine sword record. Opposite Yun Nuashing, Chi frowned when the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared. He looked at the Netherworld Ruins sword carefully, but he couldn't recognize it. After all, before the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared, he naturally hadn't seen or understood it. No matter how old he was, he wouldn't know what it was. After the Netherworld Ruins sword appeared, Yun Nuashing threw Chiyu and the others to the side. She even forgot that she was a lamp that had run out of oil. She hugged her and talked endlessly, telling her everything that had happened over the years. Buzz, the Netherworld Ruins sword, was helpless. Now wasn't the time to talk about this, right? No. Don't bother about that old man. Everything will be fine now that you're here. What have you been doing all these years? I was so worried, Yun Nuashing mumbled, shaking her head. Buzz, I went to retrieve the spirit of the divine weapon. It took me a long, long time to completely retrieve it. When I woke up, I came to find you, but you've already run so far away. It took me some time to get here, but I'm not too late. Ah, you've already retrieved it? Is everything all right now? Yun Nuashing asked with concern. Buzz, I'm fine now. I've made you worry. After that, Yun Nuashing slowly told her what had happened over the years. It seems like you haven't been living well all these years, the Netherworld Ruins sword said. She had her own unique soul, so it wasn't a problem for her to talk. However, if this scene was seen by others, it would be very strange. A person hugging a sword and talking endlessly, what would they think? Hee, I've left you a lot of materials. I'm going to smash you back to the 12th level in one go, Yun Nuashing said with a smile. I'll forget it. We'll take it slow. There's no rush. The Netherworld Ruins sword trembled and quickly said, Okay, let's take it slow. Yun Nuashing nodded obediently. However, Ziyan and the others were greatly surprised when they saw his current, obedient girl appearance. He was usually a fearless and indifferent little boy. So why did he become so obedient after seeing a sword today? It didn't make sense. Let's talk about the past later. Let's go out first. The Netherworld Ruins sword reminded her helplessly. Yun Nuashing nodded and slowly let go of the bear hug. She held the Netherworld Ruins sword in her hand and felt the familiar energy flowing between them. She suddenly felt very comfortable. Although he had used up all his energy, he would be fine with her in his hand. Come on, let's continue fighting. Yun Nuashing waved the Netherworld Ruins sword at Chiyu and smiled brightly. With the Netherworld Ruins sword in her hand, she felt more confident. She didn't even need to use the swirling zither. Everyone was speechless when they heard her arrogant words. Do you think you have an eternal weapon? You're that confident. You even acted like you were being suppressed earlier. You stared at the Netherworld Ruins sword in surprise. It wasn't that he didn't want to fight, but he could sense an extremely dangerous energy from the sword. The energy was so vast and terrifying that it made his heart tremble. It was as if the entire space would be destroyed if it exploded. Hee, little star, you're quite imposing. At that moment, Zai suddenly laughed, which made Yun Nuashing rather speechless. Zai, Yun Nuashing scratched her head and coughed dryly. Did you know that the Netherworld Ruins sword was coming? Yun Nuashing's face twitched as she asked. Yeah, didn't you sense it? This faintly discernible connection between the two of you has always been there. I just sensed that it was especially strong today, so I deduced that the Netherworld Ruins sword was coming, Zai giggled. Hearing that, Yun Nuashing suddenly understood. She had always felt that the Netherworld Ruins sword was hovering around her. So this was the reason? Seeing that Chiyu and the others didn't attack, Yun Nuashing sneered and took a step back. She slashed at the transparent barrier behind her with the Netherworld Ruins sword without any resistance. She created a huge hole in the barrier. Purple flames shot out from her palm and fixed the hole so that Chi-Win and the others couldn't repair it. "Where do you think you're going?" Seeing that the barrier was broken so easily, Chi-Yu was stunned for a moment. His gaze suddenly became fierce. He stomped his foot in the air and appeared behind Yun Nuoxing in a flash. He grabbed at the top of Yun Nuoxing's head. "Can't stand it anymore?" Yun Nuoxing sneered and turned around instantly. Looking at the hand that was enlarging in front of her, she grabbed the Netherworld Ruin's sword and slashed at Chi-Yu's arm. At the same time, the light elements in her body flowed quietly. Rip! The sound of his robe tearing was particularly loud in the silent sky. Everyone saw a flash of golden light. Then, Chi-Yu's entire arm fell off. Blood splattered in the air. In front of him, there was only a ball of light particles that slowly dissipated. The sudden pain caused Chi-Yu's vision to darken. His heart was filled with shock. Although he knew that the strange purplish-black sword was a divine weapon, he didn't expect it to be able to cut off his arm so easily. One had to know that the body of a Netherworld Emperor was very tough. Even a normal divine weapon might not be able to cut off an arm directly. The third elder of the Qi family is injured. He lost an arm in one move. Isn't he a Netherworld Emperor? How could his arm be so easily chopped off by someone else? This doesn't make sense. A divine weapon? No, a divine weapon. Only a divine weapon can easily hurt a god. That sword is an eternal divine weapon. The moment they saw Chi-Yu's arm fly off, everyone was in an uproar. A Netherworld Emperor was already a god at the top of the pyramid. They were the kind of gods who could make many first-rate forces piss their pants with a stomp of their feet. However, today a Netherworld Emperor had his arm cut off right in front of them. Although they knew that it was all due to the sudden appearance of the giant sword, who could say that it wasn't Yun Nuoxing's ability to control such a divine weapon? Grabbing the severed arm, Chi-Yu retreated quickly. He couldn't believe his eyes. How did the person who was surrounded by them like a prey suddenly grow dragon teeth and bite them back? However, the intense pain told him that everything was real. It wasn't a dream. A divine weapon. At this moment, even he reacted. Only a divine weapon could cut off his arm so easily. Now he felt that it was ridiculous. A divine weapon was a divine weapon. An ordinary person would have accumulated merit for several lifetimes just to get one. However, Yun Nuoxing had 2 divine weapons? What the F***? Chi-Win, let's go. Open the array. Let's go back. Holding his bleeding, severed arm, Chi-Yu said in a deep voice. The sky was very quiet now. Everyone felt a little dizzy when they heard this. A god who was high up in the sky now said such words in the hands of a little immortal level cultivator. They were still in a daze. Chi-Win was stunned. Seeing his injury, he knew that there was no time to waste, so he quickly made a hand seal. Hey, you disturbed my peace, exposed my identity, and exposed my constitution. Why are you leaving now? In the distance, Yun Nuoxing saw Chi-Win's actions and sneered. Since you're here, stay. Yun Nuoxing sneered. He raised the Netherworld Ruins, sword high, and slashed at Chi-Yu fiercely. A purplish-black sword ray that was thousands of feet long shot out from the tip of the sword and turned into a crescent moon. In a flash, it appeared 10 feet in front of Chi-Win. It looked like he wanted to cut off their escape route. The vigilant people at the side hurriedly formed an energy shield in front of Chi-Win. As soon as the shield was formed, the sword ray slashed at it fiercely. Bang! A vast amount of energy burst out, and the sword beam directly broke through the energy barrier. It was not affected at all, and directly appeared in front of Chi-Win. The terrifying energy caused his face to turn pale, and he was stunned for a moment, forgetting to dodge. Just as the sword ray was about to split Chi-Win in half, a crimson saber suddenly appeared. It quickly expanded to thousands of feet long and slashed at the sword ray. Clang! The purplish-black sword ray and the crimson saber collided. An earth-shattering sound resounded in the sky, making everyone's ears ring. After the extremely powerful sound wave spread out, the world suddenly fell into a strange silence. In the sky, circles of purplish-black ripples spread rapidly in the space, making the space tremble like waves. Boom! An unparalleled energy shock wave suddenly burst out from the point of contact between the two, sending everyone flying. The desert below seemed to be stacked with waves of sand that were pushed thousands of meters away, and that crimson saber was completely obliterated by the shock wave. At this moment, even space completely collapsed. Even the void shattered, and a deep yellow space-time barrier appeared. At this moment, even the two stars in the sky paled in comparison. Even Yun Nuashing was sent flying by the terrifying wind pressure. He quickly steadied himself and looked back. He found that the area seemed to have been scorched, and the sand below had melted into magma. This made him a little dumbfounded. Why did this casual strike make it seem like the world had been destroyed? Spiritual divine physique, just you wait. We won't give up. The news of the divine physique's birth will spread throughout the entire divine realm. At that time, all the ancient forces will come out in full force. You will never have peace. At that time, I will kill you with my own hands. In the distance, there was only a huge spatial crack that was slowly dissipating. However, Chi-Yu's pained and angry roar penetrated the space and reverberated in this world. Hearing this roar, it was obvious that the impact just now had caused them to be seriously injured. Then wait until my spiritual divine physique is completed, and I will personally destroy the Chi family. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing sneered. Today's grudge had been formed, and there was almost no possibility of reconciliation between the two of them. At this moment, he wanted to pursue, but he had no strength left. If it weren't for the Nether Void's sword and Violet Knight transferring energy to him, he would have already fallen. An arrow at the end of its flight, huh? Yun Nuashing's hand, which was holding the Netherworld Ruin Sword, was shaking. Two streams of golden red blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Yun Nuashing grinned as his body fell backwards in the air. Chapter 295. What happened in Divine Sky City couldn't be covered up. Just like what Chi said, the news had spread across the entire God world in less than a day. The most talked about were the following few sentences. Goddess Taiyuan appeared in Divine Sky City. Receptive spirit, godly body appeared. Chi family fought for the godly body and Linghong sword, but failed miserably. A few short sentences covered everything that happened that day. It could be said that Chi family had successfully stirred up a storm, causing more than half of the hidden ancient forces in God world to become active. Although many of the younger generation didn't know what receptive spirit, godly body was, the older generation, those extremely ancient living fossils, those who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, and those who were from the previous era or even a few eras before, knew what it meant. It was compatible with the energy of all things in the world. It was an ultimate power, and it was the king of all body types. In God world, it was also a symbol of disaster. Every time a receptive spirit, godly body appeared, the entire world would be in a bloodbath because of this mysterious body type. The Chi family's collective attack on Yun Nuashing wouldn't be the last time. Is this generation's receptive spirit, godly body appearing again? The world is going to be in turmoil again. I wonder what level this generation's receptive spirit, godly body is at. I really want to see the day when that kid achieves great success. Hey, the receptive spirit, godly body can't move an inch in initial God level. Great success? It doesn't exist. Many hidden ancient forces are about to appear. The receptive spirit, godly body is the most special body type and the best energy carrier. The previous generation's receptive spirit, godly body had just achieved great success, but he was attacked by many forces and was dismembered. His ending was tragic. The place where the previous generation's receptive spirit, godly body died is a strange place. So what? The origin of the receptive spirit, godly body, can't fall into anyone's hands. Even if the godly body risked his life, he could still destroy the origin, causing those who coveted it to lose everything. Those ancient forces all know about it. However, who knows if they have found a way to cool down the receptive spirit, godly body's origin after so many years. The receptive spirit, godly body, is born from nature and is the king of all bodies. It is protected by nature, and only one is born after countless years. Destroying it will hurt the harmony of nature, and it will be punished by nature. But it's hard to move the godly body. The Yuan family wants to protect the divine body. You guys weren't there that day, so you don't know. The elders of the Yuan family said that they will protect the divine body. If you want to touch the divine body, you have to go through them first. The Yuan family is also an extremely ancient force. If you want to make a move against them, those people from other ancient forces will have to think twice. Hey, although they said that who knows what the Yuan family is thinking. They might protect him 1 second and kill him in the next to take the origin of his god body. This thing is enough to tempt them to take action. Even if that's the case, the Yuan family might not be able to protect their divine body. Even the Yuan family would have to avoid the attacks of so many great forces. Moreover, the Qi family is also eyeing them covetously. It's hard to say. The divine body has many divine weapons. It's not weaker than a god. You don't know, but the third elder of the Qi clan had one of his hands crippled. He's an emperor of the underworld, a top existence in the world. How could he be crippled so easily? Is the divine body trying to go against the flow and slay the gods? I wonder what the other 7 of the 8 ancient families and the 9 divine temples think. They are the most important forces in this war. If they also want to suppress the divine body, everyone in the divine world was talking about this matter. However, the ancient powers that they were talking about didn't make any moves. They were active for a while and then became quiet again. It was as if they weren't interested in the divine physique at all. This made the world a bit speechless. When the divine physique appeared in the world, all the sects jumped out and declared that they wanted to take it back. Why were they silent now? So Yusin is the spirit receiving divine physique. No, he should be called Little Nuashing now. I didn't expect him to be a boy. I didn't see through him at first. In the main hall of the Golden Divine Palace, a beautiful woman in green shook her head helplessly. It should be said that we saw wrongly at first, so we forced him to turn into a girl. So that's why he walked so awkwardly. Jin Wang bitterly smiled and looked at the portrait on the table. It was the portrait of the spirit receiving divine physique that caused a lot of commotion. Countless people saw it that day. This time, it wasn't just a blurry back view. What's more ridiculous is that when we were in Yuan City, he used his real body to join hands with us, but we didn't recognize him. No wonder Yao Hua and the other 9 little guys always said that Yusin agreed to help them, but we didn't see him. So Yusin is Yun Nuashing, and Yun Nuashing is Yusin. Jin Wang bitterly smiled and covered his face with a tired heart. Now that I think about it, I think Exen. She also knew about it, but didn't tell us. I was wondering why that guy was suddenly interested in a little girl that he had never met before. There were so many loopholes. Should I dig my eyes out? Fire God King also bitterly smiled. This brat is really good. He switched between 2 identities at will without revealing any loopholes. Moreover, the 2 identities have different ways of speaking. He really played the roles of Yun Nuashing and Yusin perfectly. It's reasonable that they didn't discover it. Ahem. Let's talk about the past when we have time. Thunder, God King shrugged as he knocked on the portrait on the table and said seriously, "What do you plan to do? Or should I say, what do the 9 immortal palaces plan to do? It depends on the opinion of the palace masters. Their decisions represent the will of the 9 immortal palaces." Jin Wang shook his head. If it's only Yusin, bah, I'm used to this name. If it's only the identity of that person's child, it might not be shaken. However, Xiao Nuoxing is the spirit receiving divine physique. This name is too troublesome, especially in this situation. Even the 9 palace masters can't make up their minds. Light God King is also here? Thunder God King was a little surprised as he looked at the 9 people sitting together in a circle in the distance. After all, he might be that person's child. When it comes to important decisions, he will also come. Jin Jinwang nodded. What if they also want to make a move on Xiao Nuoxing? Mei Mao was a little worried as she looked at the round table conference. It shouldn't be. The portrait of Little Star has already been circulated in the 9 immortal palaces before his physique was exposed. I think that the palace masters are not looking for him because of the spirit receiving divine physique. They are probably discussing the future strategy. Now that the spirit receiving divine physique has been exposed, Xiao Nuoxing will be targeted by countless people. Among them, there will definitely be many old guys at the level of gods. If they directly declare that they want to protect Xiao Nuoxing, it's hard to say whether more than 10 ancient forces will attack the 9 immortal palaces together. Jin Jinwang hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Attack the 9 immortal palaces? That bunch of trash? Our 9 immortal palaces are not even afraid of the 8 ancient families. What's the point of a few mobs? Hearing this, Thunder God King snorted coldly. The 9 immortal palaces had not only relied on their reputation to survive from the ancient times until now. That's what you say, but there are tens of millions of forces in the divine world. How many can our 9 immortal palaces resist? Jin Jinwang sighed. It was always difficult for 2 hands to fight against 4 fists. There were not many people who could be a match for the 9 immortal palaces. However, when a group of first-rate forces gathered together, they could also pose a threat to the 9 immortal palaces. After all, there would be losses if they fought against each other. At that time, if the 8 ancient families intervened again, the 9 immortal palaces would be in imminent danger. Thunder, God King, also sighed, but his eyes were still resolute. Nothing must happen to that person's child. He is the highest level of protection in the 9 immortal palaces. His protection level is even higher than the palace masters and the others. This is what they said back then. Yes, if something happens to little Nuoxing, we have to force our way in. Jin Jinwang nodded. While they were discussing, the door of the palace slowly opened. 9 figures walked in slowly. They were the 9 immortal palaces elites that Yun Nuoxing had called radish, green vegetables, and chicken stew. More than a year had passed, but they were still as inseparable as before. The energy in their bodies had also become more majestic. They had an ethereal temperament. They had all advanced to the immortal rank. Teacher, Jin Ing slowly stepped forward and respectfully greeted the Gold God King. Why are you all here? Jin Jinwang turned his head in surprise. He looked at the 9 people and said, The 9 immortal palaces have passed? Why are you all only at the 3rd level of the immortal rank? You haven't finished refining the power of the inheritance, right? You're like a sieve that keeps leaking air. Back then, the goal you set for the next 10 years seemed to be the half-demon rank. Shouldn't you add more fuel to the fire? The beautiful woman was a little surprised when she felt the surging energy in the 9 people's bodies. All right, we've passed the 9 immortal palaces. It's about time to go to the land of the fallen immortals. Jin Jinwang nodded without hesitation. No, let's go somewhere else. The 9 people's faces turned pale. They wailed and almost fell to their knees. Oh, right. I was wondering if I should send you all to Nuoxing, Jin Jinwang joked. Yusin, I didn't expect him to be a boy. Mu Ling's expression was a little strange when she heard this. Now that Yun Nuoxing's news had spread all over the world, they naturally knew as well. The moment they understood the situation, their expressions were very interesting. Greetings, cross-dresser. Yao Hua picked up Yusin's portrait and said seriously, I think boss is to blame for this. Ji couldn't help but roll his eyes at Yao Hua when he thought of the incident at the pub. Yao Hua laughed dryly. This matter had been instilled into his mind by a few people, and he also understood why Yin Nua Planet was so hostile towards him. Not long after, the 9 people in the other hall came out. They were also dressed in colorful clothes. What was surprising was that such a serious meeting didn't last long. The 9 people who came to the door of the hall looked at each other and nodded. Their bodies shook and disappeared on the spot. Only a middle-aged man in a golden robe was left. Jin Wang and the others saw this and quickly surrounded him. Temple Master, how was it? Palace Master Jin glanced at them and smiled faintly. With a tremble of his body, he disappeared on the spot, leaving behind only a sentence that hovered in the air. No objections. Protect Yin Nuashing and help him achieve great success at all costs. Phew! Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that they would fight with Yin Nuashing. If they met on the battlefield, dozens of pairs of eyes would look at each other. That scene, how embarrassing! Ow, ow, ow! Even if this world is going to be destroyed, we have to keep our promise and stand in front of Yin Nuashing. Thunder God King suddenly roared heroically, scaring Yao Hua and the others. Well, that's how it is. You guys should advance to Half-Devil as soon as possible and see if you can help. Although that kid has a divine weapon in hand, he doesn't need anyone's help at all. Jin Wang shrugged and said. Hearing this, the 9 elites laughed dryly. If they went over and fought with the opponent, it would be Suicide Taiyuan region, Red Star Academy in the Snow White Palace. 5 people sat on the chairs in the hall, looking a little sloppy. One of them swung his long ponytail. Chuan Yun threw a stack of documents on the table and laughed helplessly. TSK, Little Star's matter has blown up. Hearing this, Yin Xan also sighed. They already knew about the spiritual, godly body. To be specific, it was Xianin who told them. However, they didn't expect that it would be exposed to the world so soon. There would be countless troubles in the future. Little Star's situation is a little dangerous. The spiritual godly body has attracted countless storms. Should we inform Xianin? No need. She loves her brother the most. The spiritual imprint is probably able to observe his condition at all times. She should know immediately. However, she can't say anything. They have very important things to do now. So, we should pay attention to this matter. Chuan Yin shook her head, her long ponytail swinging back and forth. But it's about time to go back. We might have to leave for a while. Chuan Yin smiled faintly. Thinking that this era had come to this time, Yin Xan and the other 3 shook their heads, helplessly. Then let's go. The things here have been arranged. It's time to go back. We can take care of Little Star over there. Yin Xan sighed and smiled. Okay, let's go. Chuan Yun nodded. The moment she finished speaking, the 5 of them disappeared from where they were. At the same time, the core figure of Feng Yin, Yun Nuashing, was currently lying in the Yuan family's palace in Divine Sky City. She had been lying in bed for half a month. In the realm of the gods where undercurrents were surging, this place was slightly quieter. However, even though it was quiet, the palace's barrier had been opened. As the saying goes, the more dangerous a place is, the safer it is. Even if someone wanted to find her, no one could see this hidden palace. Little boy has been sleeping for half a month. Is he all right? In the small garden behind the palace, Yuan Qian was walking around in the courtyard. Mei Mao looked at the bedroom beside her. There were a few times when she wanted to enter, but she stopped herself and stomped her feet in frustration. Zian and Little Ming are guarding inside. Sister, don't be anxious. It's useless to be anxious. Calm down. Yuan, she saw that she was walking around a few hundred times and felt a little dizzy. He couldn't help but shake his head and persuade her. Calm down. Yuan Qian was inexplicably angered. She raised her eyebrows and said angrily, "The entire world is looking for little boy, but he's still sleeping in there. Our palace can only hold them off for a while. If any god finds him and we can't hold them off, little boy will be dead. How do you expect me to calm down? I know, but it's useless to be angry at me. Sister, if you have the strength to shout, why don't you think of a way to not be found? Yuan, she felt wronged when he was suddenly shouted at. He even shrunk his neck and muttered softly. After being choked, Yuan Qian scratched her head in frustration and sat down dejectedly. Sister, you can't have really fallen for Nuashing, right? Yuan, she hesitated and asked strangely. Although he had guessed with his siblings before, he didn't know the answer. Hearing this, Yuan Qian's pretty face blushed slightly, but she quickly hid it. She rolled her eyes and said angrily, "What? Do you have a problem with that?" "No." Yuan, she laughed dryly and quickly shook his head. Creak! As soon as Yuan, she finished speaking, the tightly shut door suddenly opened and a girl in purple walked out slowly. She couldn't help but be startled when she saw the two people sitting in the courtyard. "How's little boy?" Yuan Qian asked hurriedly as she rushed over to Xian's sudden appearance. Xian couldn't help but shake her head when she heard this. She had been in there for half a month, and now that she came out, her pretty face looked haggard and her soft hair was a little messy. She looked a little haggard, but her celestial beauty didn't diminish in the slightest. Xingxing's injuries have healed, but he hasn't woken up. I think he wants to break through again, Xian said tiredly, although at their cultivation level they could ignore a lot of fatigue. This time it was the heart that was tired. It was difficult for them to recover. Yun Nuashing had been stuck at the first level of the immortal rank for a while now. This time he had hovered on the line between life and death several times in the superclass battle, which had brought him great benefits. It was only a matter of time before he rose again. Chapter 296. In the room filled with incense, a thick fog of energy filled the entire room, blocking one's vision. When one gently brushed his hand across it, there was the sound of water being stirred. On the soft bed, the fog of energy fluctuated with Yun Nuashing's breathing. The fog churned and slowly entered his body. On the surface of his body, a thin layer of fluorescent light surged. It was less than an inch thick, but it had an unusually mysterious and vast aura. It was sometimes bright and sometimes dark. This mysterious energy was the power of the stars that Yun Nuashing had stored at night in Divine Sky City. It had always been hidden in the depths of Yun Nuashing's body. This time, because of the exhaustion of divine qi, it had been activated. It covered every corner of his body and shone with light, as if it had been cast by the stars. It looked very beautiful. The power of the stars was the purest form of energy in the entire great Yuan realm, second only to divine power. It gathered in Yun Nuashing's abdomen, and it was as vast as the universe. Although his strength did not increase, the energy had a qualitative leap. It replaced the originally ethereal immortal qi and turned into the power of the stars. Beside Yun Nuashing's pillow, the netherworld ruins, sword shone with a faint light. Strands of soul power passed through the void and entered his mind, repairing his damaged soul. Actually, his injuries had healed long ago. His gorgeous light purple hair had also returned. However, the most important injury this time was caused by the backlash of the Linghong sword. It originated from his soul. If not for the netherworld ruins sword's repair, he probably would not have woken up without half a year of rest. Surprisingly, there was a petite figure resting quietly in Yun Nuashing's arms. At first, Xian wanted to carry her out, but Ming's words made her give up the idea. Brother will feel lonely without anyone to accompany him. When Xian heard this, she was stunned for a long time. Then she decided to stay as well. In the spiritual world, warm purple flames churned. Yun Nuashing slowly opened his eyes. Seeing an exquisite oval face looking down at him with interest, he could not help but be stunned. Knee pillow. Feeling the soft touch from the back of his head, Yun Nuashing immediately understood what was going on. His face turned slightly red, but he didn't have much of a reaction. Anyway, this girl was the one who moved him over, so he should just treat it as an enjoyment. If you can still blush, it means that your brain is fine. Looks like you've recovered. Seeing him blush, Z poked his cheek in amusement and said with a smile, "You should be glad that you have such a good divine weapon by your side. If it weren't for the nether void sword constantly healing your soul, you wouldn't have woken up in half a year. Is it that serious?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh dryly. "What do you think? If the damage caused by the great Linghong sword could be healed so easily, it would not be called a divine weapon. Luckily, you did not overuse it. If it backfired..." Zai rolled her eyes at him and said seriously, "You did not have to make yourself so miserable. I told you that you did not know how to use the great Linghong sword. You just had to force yourself to use it a third time. Now you're suffering, right?" As she spoke, she poked his face with her slender finger, making him feel a little helpless. "You won't teach me. How can I know?" Yun Nuashing could not help but complain softly. Okay. I'll teach you." Zai was a little helpless at his half-complaining, half-coquettish behavior. She rolled her eyes at him. "Do you still remember the last time you used the Netherworld Ruins sword, and this time?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing blinked and recalled. It had been a long time since he used the Netherworld Ruins sword. At that time, he was still in the ghastly forest. He remembered that he was dealing with an immortal-level gorilla. He was sent flying with a single strike, but this time he cut off one of the Emperor of the Underworld's hand. "You remember now. Do you know why there is such a big difference?" Zai asked again when she saw his eyebrows twitching. You absorbed the soul of the divine weapon?" Yun Nuashing guessed, after thinking for a while. "No." Zai sighed helplessly and said, "Although there is a little connection, the biggest connection is not here. Instead, there is a direct connection between you and the Netherworld Ruin sword. Or rather, there is a direct connection between the spiritual divine body and the Netherworld Ruin sword." Connection? Yun Nuashing did not understand. Yes, divine weapons are different from other divine weapons. Even if you have it in your hands, you cannot unleash its full power without special means. Connecting them is the best way. Only when there is a connection between them can the full power of the divine weapon be unleashed. So the change in the power of the Netherworld Ruin sword is the result of me connecting them. Yun Nuashing was enlightened, but after thinking for a second, she said, "But I also connected the Linghong sword, so its power should be maximized, right?" "Who told you that this kind of connection is maximized?" Zai rolled her eyes and patted him, saying, "Only when there is a connection at the deepest level, the soul connection, can the full power of the divine weapon be unleashed." "How much can it be improved?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing asked a little impatiently. He did not know how big the storm in the outside world was. But even if he thought with his stomach, he knew that it would not be small. It might be the biggest storm in 1,000 or 10,000 years. He urgently needed a way to protect himself, and the two divine weapons were the best choice. Although the swirling zither was more powerful, it could only be used 3 times. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he could not use it. How would I know? I have seen a divine weapon, and I have never seen anyone else holding a divine weapon other than you. Zai could not help but pour cold water on Yi Fuqian when he saw the stars in his eyes. Yun Nuashing laughed embarrassedly and scratched his head, saying, "Both divine weapons can be connected to each other through the soul connection, right? How can it be that easy?" Zai laughed bitterly and said, "Divine weapons are the kings of kings among weapons. They belong to the category of high and mighty gods among humans. Do you think you can connect to each other through the soul connection just because you want it? If you want to connect to a divine weapon, you can't force it. It will shatter your soul. First of all, you have to gain the approval of the divine weapon. You have already fulfilled this condition. Both the Nethervoid sword and Linghong sword have entered your body, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to connect to them further. Secondly, the power of the soul is also very important. If it's not strong enough, the connection will probably collapse as soon as it starts, Zai explained softly. Is my power of the soul strong enough? Yun Nuashing scratched his head. He was still unclear about some aspects of himself. I suspect that there is another soul in this body. Hearing his belated question, Zai was so angry that he laughed and gave him a knock on the head. This strange statement stunned him. After a long while, he reacted and rolled his eyes, saying, I don't have schizophrenia. It's normal that you don't know. I don't specialize in the cultivation of the soul. Normal my ass. Zai pouted and let out a long sigh, saying, Little star. Should I say that you're ignorant, or should I say that you're naive? How can a person not know how much power he has? If there's an emergency one day, and you don't know the upper limit of your power, you'll be in trouble, you know? After saying that, she saw that he was still looking at her with a curious and cute expression. She knew that he definitely didn't understand. Forget it. I can't be bothered with you. We'll talk about it when there's an emergency one day. Hey. Yun Nuashing was confused. It's nothing. Zai patted him weakly and turned her head to the side sulkily. She closed her eyes and didn't care about anything else. Zai. Seeing that she was sulking, Yun Nuashing was confused. He reached out and gently tugged at her sleeve. With his simple-minded nature, he naturally didn't know what she was angry about. That's soul link. How do we do it? Seeing that she ignored him, Yun Nuashing was a little embarrassed and hurriedly changed the topic. Silence. A deathly silence. In this soul world filled with purple flames, only the faint sound of the flames could be heard. The two of them didn't speak. Yun Nuashing felt a little strange, but he was embarrassed to continue lying on her lap. When he wanted to get up, he realized that a small, fair hand was pressing on his shoulder, and he couldn't move. Well, I was wrong, okay? Yun Nuashing curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. This kind of silent atmosphere made him feel very awkward. He couldn't move, and he couldn't speak. About the soul link, you should go find Su Ming and the others. I don't know either. Finally, Zai sighed and said indifferently. This made him heave a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that she would suddenly ignore him. As soon as she finished speaking, before Yun Nuashing could reply, his vision suddenly shook. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a mist swirling around him. When he breathed it in, he could feel a little moist. A vigorous energy flowed into his body, and his strength seemed to have increased a lot. This is the power of the stars. Seeing the thin layer of flickering energy on his body, Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. He realized that the energy circulating in his body had been completely replaced at some point in time. The multicolored bead in his lower abdomen had also turned black, flickering with the light of the stars. It was as colorful as the starry sky. What vigorous energy! He clenched his fists and smiled in satisfaction. Zai blocked me. When he felt that the ball of flames was ignoring him, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't understand how he had offended her. Little star, if you keep worrying about someone, but that person doesn't care about anything, what would you think? At this moment, the Su Ming sword beside the bed suddenly said softly. She had heard the conversation just now, so it was time to educate him. I would probably be unhappy, Yun Nuashing thought, and said, Then, do you understand Zai's feelings? Hearing his answer, Su Ming smiled silently. Yun Nuashing was stunned. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly came to a realization. Then he smiled bitterly and nodded in confusion. It's my fault. Next time, apologize properly. It's good that you understand. So, even if you really don't care about anything, at least don't show it in front of the people around you. Su Ming knocked him and said, All right, let's not talk so much. Hurry up and call Ling Hong out. Let's establish the soul link. Oh, Yun Nuashing nodded and raised his hand to take out the Ling Hong sword. Majestic spatial power spread out like water ripples, causing the space to tremble. How do we establish the link? Yun Nuashing asked after carefully placing the Ling Hong sword beside the Su Ming sword. Just reveal your soul. As for the rest, Ling Hong will take care of it himself." As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of soul light floated out from between Yun Nuoxing's brows and turned into a human shape. It sat cross-legged in front of Yun Nuoxing. He opened his eyes and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He saw a beautiful purple-black pattern on the right arm of the soul-cast human figure. It was very beautiful. First impressions are the strongest. Seeing his surprise, Su Ming suddenly smiled proudly. He had established the soul link with Yun Nuoxing long ago. It was just that he didn't know. If it wasn't for the soul link, he wouldn't have been able to cut Chiyu so happily. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. At this moment, he saw a few silver-blue threads floating out from Ling Hong's sword, directly wrapping around his soul. At the position of his left arm, they slowly weaved an exquisite pattern. Buzz. When the pattern was just formed, he suddenly felt a strange energy circulating in his soul. Although there was no change, he instinctively felt that the energy he could use had increased. At the same time, a mass of information spread in his mind, allowing him to understand many things. Regarding the other uses of Ling Hong's sword, what made him most excited was that the number of times he could use it had increased. 10 times. Chapter 297. An extra 7 uses? Shouldn't it be unlimited? After the pleasant surprise, Yun Nuoxing was stunned. He didn't understand why there was a limit to the number of uses. Be content. Not to mention that Ling Hong has a flaw now. Even if he didn't have a flaw, he can only use it 10 times. After using it, he still has to recuperate. However, every time he uses it, his power will increase. Of course, it will consume more energy as well. The Netherworld Ruins sword tapped him with its hilt. Also, regarding our advancement, you don't have to work too hard. When the time comes, you will naturally advance. Right now, we still have to wait for the right time, the Netherworld Ruins sword said. She was really afraid that Yun Nuoxing would act recklessly and explode them. Since you said so, I naturally won't act recklessly. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing stuck out his tongue. At first, he really did have such thoughts. However, after being warned when they first met, he dismissed the idea. Shaking his head helplessly, Yun Nuoxing looked down and saw that Ming was also here. Seeing her sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. He dotingly patted her head and held her in his arms. He put away the Netherworld Ruins sword and slowly walked to the door. He slept for another half a month. Many people should be worried. Creak. The bright and beautiful sunlight poured down from the sky, causing him to close his eyes. After he got used to it, he slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Ziyan and Yuan Qian rushing over impatiently, he couldn't help but chuckle and walk over. Xingxing, are you okay? Are your injuries healed? Are there any sequelae? As soon as he walked over, before he could say anything, Ziyan threw out one question after another. Her worried expression warmed his heart. Little boy, are you okay? It was rare for Yuan Qian to not carry Yun Nuoxing and spin him around. She only held his hand and asked with concern. Yun Nuoxing smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. I've troubled you all this time. Hey, Nuoxing, you're finally awake. During this period of time, Big Sister has been talking about you by my ear for at least 1,000 times. She hasn't even slept. Yuan, she let out a sigh of relief when he saw how refreshed he was. He patted him on the shoulder, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was glared at by Yuan Qian. I'm not exaggerating. Yuan Qian muttered unhappily. Then, under the astonished gazes of the others, she pulled Yuan Shi and flew towards the palace. Before she left, she smiled and said, You guys take your time chatting. I'll go take a look at the situation outside. During this period of time, the palace has been spied on by many people. After he finished speaking, he instantly disappeared from their sight, leaving them staring at each other, unable to understand what was going on. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Looking at Ziyan's haggard face, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh. She smoothed her long, silky hair and said softly, he had heard from Su Ming that she had stayed by his side while he was asleep. It was Su Ming who had persuaded her to leave just now. You've become like a girl. Xian's face reddened slightly. Mei Mao looked at him quietly and couldn't help but chuckle. He patted her head. I'm not coming anymore. Even you are making fun of me. I can't live like this. Yun Nuashing patted her head lightly. He felt that there was nothing left to live for. He called everyone he met a girl. That was enough. Now even Xian was making fun of him. It's nothing. I think it's quite pretty. It's even more pleasing to the eye than mine. Xian laughed and stuck out her tongue cutely. He felt helpless. It's not as pretty as yours. Yun Nuashing muttered in an almost imperceptible voice. He even glanced at that fairy-like face. I heard from Ming that you have a girl's name. What's it? Xian couldn't help but ask as her beautiful eyes carefully sized up this peerlessly beautiful face that could outshine the moon and put the flowers to shame. A slap landed on Yun Nuashing's face. He felt that he could die now. Why did this girl say everything? Seriously, Yusin. In the end, he said weakly, it's a very nice name. Xian smiled sweetly. Thank you. Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and turned his head away a little embarrassed. He strolled through the sea of flowers with Xian and slowly talked about the events of the past half a month. It wasn't much different from what Yun Nuashing thought. The birth of the spiritual godly physique had really caused a huge storm in the realm of the gods. It could be said that it was the most important thing in the entire era. This surprised him a little. He didn't think that there would be so many people coveting his physique. The sea of flowers swayed with the wind, giving off a pleasant fragrance. Perhaps it was because she was reminded of the scenery, but when she saw this colorful sea of flowers, Xian suddenly thought of the sea of flowers that her father had planted for her in the Xian family. Although it wasn't like here, where there were flowers everywhere, that sea of flowers had a special meaning to her. Homesick? Seeing her lonely expression, Yun Nuashing smiled and stroked her hair with familiarity. He even patted her head. I'm thinking of the sea of flowers that Daddy planted. Taking a deep breath, Xian sighed. She was used to being patted on the head, so she didn't feel any repulsion. Yun Nuashing thought for a while, then looked up at the sky and sighed. He clenched his teeth and nodded. Xian, how about I send you back to Xingyu City first? Hearing this voice, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Xian looked at Yun Nuashing in confusion. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with panic. She hurriedly said, Did I cause you trouble? Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and shook his head. I caused you trouble. No, more accurately speaking, if you continue to follow me, it will bring you a lot of trouble. I can vaguely guess why you want to follow me, but I can't be sure. Actually, you don't have to do this. Right now, I'm being chased by the Qi family, and I'm being watched by many people. Even if I have 2 divine weapons to protect me, I might not be able to turn misfortunes into blessings every time. If one day you get injured, how can I live with a clear conscience? Yun Nuashing said gently as he patted her head. Hearing this, Xian's expression became a little gloomy. She wasn't like Ziyi who could help him. He had always been the one helping her. Thinking of this, she sighed and smiled helplessly. I'll do as you say. I was brought out by you, Xingxing. I'll do whatever you say. She had a special sense of obedience towards Yun Nuashing. She was like a younger sister who listened to her older brother's arrangements. She had never objected. When Yun Nuashing heard this, he was a little stunned. Why does it feel like I'm abandoning her? That doesn't make sense. I don't mean to disdain you. It's just that there's too much trouble right now, and I can't take care of you. You like to travel. When I have the power to intimidate the world, the 2 of us can slowly travel. I'll definitely help you restore the 5 elements body. Yun Nuashing shook her head gently and smiled bitterly. His voice was very gentle, so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. Okay, Zian nodded and didn't say anything. Brother, you're not allowed to abandon Sister Zian. Just as Yun Nuashing heaved a sigh of relief, Ming, who was supposed to be asleep in his arms, suddenly protested. Both of them were stunned. Then they hurriedly took a step back and lowered their heads to look at Ming. They saw that she was staring at him with her bright eyes and pouted as if she was sulking. What? I really didn't think that way. Yun Nuashing was so anxious that she almost cried. Didn't this little girl dislike Zian in the beginning? Why was she on her side now? Then why did you send Sister Zian back? Ming shook her head unwillingly and pinched Yun Nuashing's face with her small hands. She couldn't help but kick him twice with her legs, as if she was acting coquettishly. Ming was about 10 years old now. She was full of life, and her long purplish-black hair fell to her calves. She was only 3 heads shorter than Yun Nuashing's current height, but she had always been curled up in his arms like a little bird. Now that she was throwing a tantrum, it was really difficult for him to hold her tightly. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold her firmly and would drop her. Hey, my cutest little Ming, stop moving around. Your brother can't take it. The little girl in his arms kept struggling, making it very difficult for him. He immediately mimicked Yuan Qian's tone and smiled bitterly. Then, brother, you have to promise me that you won't abandon Sister Zian. Otherwise, I'll go with Sister. Ming shook her little head like a rattledrum. She hugged Yun Nuashing's neck and rubbed her head hard against it. That's a good idea. Yun Nuashing was stunned when she heard this. She suddenly patted her, but as if she had thought of something. Huh. Zian and Ming were both stunned when they heard him shout excitedly. They didn't know what was wrong with him. How about this? Zian, I'll send you back to Xingyu City. You can help me take care of Ming while you're at it. Yun Nuashing smiled as she patted Ming's back. She felt that this was a win-win situation. It was absolutely safe for her to travel alone. The 2 girls were stunned when they heard this. Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. She suddenly leaned on Yun Nuashing's shoulder and cried out, "Woo-woo, brother, don't abandon me, woo-woo! I really didn't abandon you. This is an emergency, Yun Nuashing was so anxious that she was about to cry. Why did she make it sound like she was a heartless person? Weren't they discussing the best way to deal with this? Woo-woo, brother doesn't want me anymore, woo-woo. Ming cried so hard that the 2 girls couldn't bear to see her cry. Yun Nuashing felt a chill on her shoulder. She cried so hard that her heart softened. Yun Nuashing couldn't bear to see her cry so pitifully. However, she didn't want her to be in danger. At this moment, Su Ming suddenly whispered, "Little star, let Su Ming stay. This child is a little special. Perhaps he can be of some help. Also, bring that little girl of the 5 elements with you." Yun Nuashing was stunned. She remembered that Ming had once sensed Ling Hong's location. She suddenly hesitated. She wanted to collect the items on the ranking. Ming could sense some spiritual items. She might be able to save some trouble if she brought him along. No, but what if something happens to me? Ming, what will they do? Yun Nuashing shook her head and rejected the idea. What can happen? Ling Hong and I are here. Even a rebirth realm expert won't be able to divine where you are. Plus, you have the swirling zither and the god's mark. What are you afraid of? Su Ming smiled. Yun Nuashing's resolute heart wavered. After being persuaded twice, Yun Nuashing was a little hesitant. After thinking for a long time, he felt that it made sense. He sighed and patted Ming Ming's head with his palm. He smiled gently and said, "Ming Ming, be good. Big brother won't send you back, okay?" Really? Ming was slightly happy to hear this. She raised her teary eyes and looked at him suspiciously. She kept sniffling as if she was afraid that he was lying. Really? When has brother ever lied to you? Seeing her crying like a little kitten, Yun Nuashing couldn't help laughing. He kissed her gently on the forehead, wiped the tears on her little face with his sleeve, and said with a smile, "Pinky promise. Brother, you can't lie." Little Ming seemed to be a little worried. She reached out her pinky and hooked it with Yun Nuoxing's pinky. Pinky promise. Hang yourself. You can't change it for the rest of your life. Yun Nuoxing watched her dotingly as she finished the ritual. The two pinky poked each other with their different-sized thumbs as if they were verifying something. Chapter 298. Do you feel better now? Yun Nuoxing chuckled as he scratched Ming's little nose. She had purposely changed 100 years to a lifetime. Did that mean that she wanted him to take care of her for the rest of her life? Yes. We've agreed that Big Brother will be with us for the rest of his life. Ming nodded her little head firmly and acted coquettishly on his shoulder. Zian couldn't help but smile as she watched the two of them from the side. Then, I'll have to trouble you even more from now on. Yun Nuoxing sighed softly and smiled at Zian, even though he felt a little helpless. He wasn't afraid since he had chosen this path. No matter how great the waves and thorns were in front of him, all he had to do was slash them open with his sword. From now on, we'll share weal and woe together. Zian chuckled sweetly when she heard this. She gently held the hand that was stretched out to her and suddenly stuck out her little tongue. Is that what you said? Ah. Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly. He had to compromise in the end. He thought helplessly for a moment. In the hall of the palace, Yuan Qian stared at the image reflected by the crystal on the wall in the middle. Even though the outside of the Yuan family's palace was empty, she could feel dozens of detection waves sweeping back and forth through the crystal. They were constantly sensing this seemingly empty space. Troublesome, so troublesome, so troublesome. Yuan Qian sighed helplessly after sensing carefully for a while. She put the crystal away and couldn't help but punch the wall with her delicate fist. Sister, what's wrong? Yuan, she squinted his large eyes. He felt a little heartache as he hurriedly took her little hand and blew on it. Our hiding place has been spied on. There are too many people in the outside world who are paying attention to this place. I reckon that we won't be able to hide for much longer. Yuan Qian sighed. She felt a headache coming on. Is the Yuan family no longer able to intimidate them? Yuan, she was stunned when he heard this. His eyes turned cold. The Yuan family's position was unshakable. He didn't expect that someone would target them. They clearly knew that they wanted to protect Yun Nuoxing, but they weren't afraid at all. Yun Nuoxing is too attractive. The little boy is the most mysterious divine physique of spiritual reception. I searched through dozens of cabinets in the Yuan family's library and only found a book about this physique. Moreover, there wasn't much information about it. The divine physique of reception was born and it was created by the heavens. It can devour all the energy in the world. Only one divine physique can be born in the world, and there are only 8 divine physiques in the entire Yuan realm. The little boy should be of divine physiques. Divine physiques. As physiques as. Now, the storm of the spiritual godly body had spread to the entire god realm. The Yuan family's deterrence was no longer enough. Moreover, this was only their own decision to protect the Yun Nua planet. If her father and the elders in the family were also interested in the spiritual, godly body, what should they do? Would they really turn against each other? She couldn't do anything to Yun Nuoxing. She couldn't even kill her. Sister, don't worry. If you like it, father will like it too. He won't object. That kind of situation won't happen. Yuan, she knew what she was thinking when he saw her deep in thought. He patted her shoulder and smiled. However, he sighed heavily in his heart. If they really stood on the opposite side, they might be stubborn and stand on Yun Nuoxing's side. Although he said that he imagined that if they stood on the opposite side of Yun Nuoxing, they would probably be killed by his sword. I hope so. It's fine with father. He probably won't say anything. I'm just worried that the elders will. Yuan Qian sighed and couldn't continue. The air suddenly froze. Both of them lowered their heads and didn't know what to do. Yuan Shao returned to the Yuan family after receiving Yun Nuoxing. He went to discuss the matter of Yun Nuoxing with the family head. Half a month had passed, so there should be a reply by now. Yuan Qian clenched her jade-like hands tightly as she looked at the fiery, red, crystal mirror on the wall. This crystal mirror was used to contact her father. Although all 10 of them ran away in the past 2 years, they would occasionally contact each other through this crystal mirror. Therefore, they didn't lose contact with each other. Usually, she would be excited when the crystal suddenly lit up. However, she was now a little afraid that the crystal would light up in the next moment and bring her news that would make her despair. She also hoped that when the mirror lit up, her father's affectionate face would give her a warm smile. The contradiction between the two sides made her very agitated. Qian. A few minutes later, Yun Nuashing and the other 2, who had adjusted themselves, came to the hall. We have to continue our journey. Surprisingly, Yuan Qian didn't urge them to stay. Instead, she urged them to leave quickly. She urged them to leave as she pushed them out, as if she was chasing them away. The few of them were a little baffled and looked at her strangely. Didn't she want them to stay and not leave some time ago? It's not safe here anymore. Dozens of probes were sweeping around outside the hidden space just now. I'm afraid that someone won't be able to hold back. The Yuan family's deterrence power can no longer deter those people. Yuan Qian sighed and said, almost everyone in the world was ready to make a move. She knew that Yun Nuashing had the light element, so perhaps no one would be able to catch him. However, if he continued to stay here, he might be in danger. In the absence of Yuan Shao, the defense was relatively weak. Yun Nuashing also knew this, so he didn't stay for long. Just as he was about to leave, he was dragged by Yuan Qian to the other side of the hall. At first, he thought that she wanted to have a private conversation with him, but Xian was also brought along. When they reached the corner of the hall, Yuan Qian pushed the bookcase aside, revealing a passage behind it. Yun Nuashing and the others were a little surprised. They clearly didn't expect that there would be something like a secret passage here. This is an emergency passage. It hasn't been used for a long time. Yuan Qian clapped her hands and said with a smile when she saw the surprised expressions on their faces. After saying this, she took the lead and entered the passage. Yun Nuashing and the others hurriedly followed behind. The passage wasn't very wide. It was only enough for 3 people to walk side by side. Some crystals for illumination were hung on both sides. A faint fluorescent light circulated, so it didn't appear dim. The passage wasn't long. In less than 2 minutes, they reached the end and walked into a spacious space. Bright light shone on the bluestone floor. The few of them turned a corner and walked down the stairs. The sound of energy flowing could be heard from below. Yun Nuashing was a little curious as he walked to the side and looked down. At the bottom of the stairs, Yuan Qi and the others were orderly surrounding a round platform. Colorful energy was churning in their hands, emitting astonishing fluctuations. On the side, Yuan Yi and the others were also doing the same. Traces of energy flowed into the round platform in the center and disappeared in a flash. This is... Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. He was no longer unfamiliar with that round platform. It was actually the base of a teleportation door. However, looking at the dusty appearance, it seemed that it hadn't been used for decades. The whole thing was dim and lightless. He didn't know if it could be used again. This traveler's palace has a teleportation door. You can go anywhere by entering the coordinates. However, it hasn't been used for more than 100 years. Usually, I feel that this place is too dirty, so I don't come here to maintain it. In the end, it broke down. Originally, it was only used for an emergency escape. I never thought that there would be a day when I would use it. In the end, it has to be repaired urgently. Yuan Qian blushed and stuck out her tongue. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had to use an emergency escape passage just to go out. Was it really that embarrassing? They were like street rats that had to be beaten up by people. They had to hide when they saw people. However, the current situation was indeed similar. Sister, the space runes on this stone platform are almost worn out. We don't understand the power of space, so we can only borrow the power of space from the power of heaven and earth to repair it urgently. This is the best we can do." Seeing Yuan Qian and the others come down, Yuan Qi patted his clothes. His dusty appearance made Yuan Qian laugh. What surprised Yin Nuoxing was that not only were Yuan Qi and his siblings here, but even Jin Heng and Yao Ling were here to help repair this broken teleportation door. The Divine Sky City is a long way from the Tana's Water God Temple. This old machine probably won't be able to send you far. You'll have to depend on yourselves in the future. Yuan Qian nodded, turned to Yun Nuoxing, and said helplessly, "It's enough. Actually, we'll be fine by ourselves." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing laughed. Although he couldn't use the light element at full power now, because he would probably faint the moment he reached the speed of light, he could still use it at half the speed of light and shake off some low-level gods. "I know your light element is powerful now." Yuan Qian rolled her eyes at him. The 10 of them surrounded this stone platform that was more than 10 meters wide. Energy continuously surged into the stone platform. Several colors of light flowed, making it look like it was made of colorful glass. It was very beautiful. A few minutes later, a slight buzzing sound came from the stone platform. Then, the entire stone platform trembled. A silver-blue light faintly seeped out. 3 stone rings slowly rose from the top of the stone platform, pulling up a silver-blue light curtain. Tens of thousands of tiny silver lights hung down, looking very mysterious. "Phew, it's finally repaired." Yuan Qi wiped the sweat on his forehead and let out a long sigh of relief. "I'm so tired. I want to sleep." Yawning, Yuan muttered. Her little face was filled with resentment. It was obvious that she was very unhappy about this. Originally, she did not have much of a good impression of Yun Nuoxing. Now, she had to repair this damn teleportation gate for him, causing the depression in her heart to rise to the peak. "We can only help you to this point. You'll have to walk your own path in the future." Jin Heng let out a sigh of relief. He walked to Yun Nuoxing's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, "If you have any problems, go to the 9 Deities Temple's branch building. The things the Divine King and the others gave you should be able to help you 100% there." "Okay." Yun Nuoxing nodded with a smile. He was already very satisfied that everyone was helping him like this. Even if they didn't do anything, he wouldn't say anything. Red and blue light flowed on her pretty face. In just a short moment, that girl's face, which left a deep impression on others, returned to its original appearance. She looked heroic, and her slightly raised smile and raised eyebrows made her look a little arrogant and divine. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. This was really a live face change, and there was no time to switch back. "Little boy, we'll send you to this point." Walking up the dust-covered stone platform, Yuan Qian looked at this unforgettable face. She stretched out her jade-like hand and gently stroked it, looking a little lonely. "The wind is bleak and the water is cold. Once a hero leaves, he will never return. Even if you send him off for 1,000 miles, he will have to part in the end. Benefactor, you should go back." Patting her little hand, Yun Nuoxing smiled. In order to lighten the atmosphere, he even joked a little. Hearing this, Yuan Qian smiled bitterly. When it came to parting, she really couldn't bear to part with him. However, there was no other way. He had his own sky to fly in, and she had her own path to walk. After parting, the 2 of them might not meet again. The realm of the gods was so big. What were the chances of them meeting again? "Nuoxing, I'll miss you." At the last moment, Yuan Qian softly called out his name. She tiptoed and gently kissed the corner of his mouth. Everyone opened their eyes wide when they saw the scene, and then they hurriedly closed their eyes. Their horrifying expressions were extremely amusing. Zi Yan blushed slightly as well, and she hurriedly covered Mingming's eyes before turning around. Her action made Yun Nuoxing's head explode. He was stunned. Looking at the white figure slowly retreating, He couldn't help but blush. He didn't expect Yuan Qian to make such a bold move. The soft touch at the corner of his mouth seemed to still be there, and it was a little fragrant, Nuashing wait. Yuan she couldn't watch any more. He patted his clothes and jumped onto the stone platform, standing next to Yun Nuashing. At the same time, 9 sighs sounded behind him. The latter was a little surprised and didn't know what was going on. Hee, I'll go with you. Yuan she spread his hands and smiled. After thinking about it for a while, he decided to go with him. He even argued with Yuan Qi and the others about it. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing helplessly shook his head. He looked at Yuan Qi and smiled wickedly. You have to be prepared to risk your life. Yuan she was frightened by this smile. He laughed dryly but still nodded. Since he stood on the platform, he naturally had to be prepared. No problem. Standing on the stone platform, Yun Nuashing took one last look at the few of them. His gaze lingered on Yuan Qian for a while before he nodded at her and smiled. Then he swept his gaze across the crowd and finally took a deep breath. He turned around and agilely leaped up and slowly floated towards the teleportation gate. Nuashing, I love you. Seeing his figure shrink in front of her eyes, Yuan Qian panicked. Her heart ached and she suddenly shouted loudly. Her pretty face was red and her pearly white teeth bit her red lips. Mei Mao's eyes were filled with mist. Seeing this, everyone fell silent. His body trembled violently. After a moment, he chuckled. Yun Nuashing waved his hand handsomely and turned around. He opened his arms and laughed loudly. As their figures disappeared, he slowly floated on the spot. It's a small world. Everyone, if fate wills it, will meet again in Little Shenzhou. Chapter 299. Thousands of miles away from the divine Sky City, in the sky far away, a silver-blue space door opened slowly. Rings of light spread out and stabilized the small door. When the space door stabilized completely, Yuan Qi and the others fell out. Then Yun Nuashing, who had opened her arms, also floated down slowly. The wind elements surged and carried the few of them. Yun Nuashing stood in the sky with her hands behind her back. She opened her 6 wide wings and looked in the direction of the divine Sky City. There was a tinge of loneliness in her expression, but there was also a tinge of warmth. Xingxing, have you accepted Sister Yuan Qian? Seeing his blissful expression, Ziyin felt uncomfortable for some reason. She couldn't help but ask in a low voice. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing regained her senses and shook her head. She smiled and said, No, I just feel that the feeling of being remembered and loved by someone is quite good. I don't have a family and haven't experienced this feeling many times. The only people I can get close to are my friends. Brother, you make it sound like no one wants you. Even though the last few sentences were said very softly, Ming Ming still heard it. He immediately glared at him and tugged at his sleeve with his small hand in dissatisfaction. Yun Nuashing smiled and rubbed Ming's head. She shook her head and said, Haha, it's just a moment of realization. Ziyin smiled and held Yun Nuashing's hand. She said, Don't worry, you still have us by your side. You won't feel lonely. Looking at the two of them, and then at their intertwined hands, Yuan, she scratched her head and said with a naughty smile, Should I not have come? I feel like I've become a third wheel. Yun Nuashing and Ziyin were stunned. Their faces turned red, and they hurriedly let go of their hands. Ziyin glanced at him and changed the topic. Will the Yuan family be okay? It's okay. Sister will take care of it. Yuan, she smiled and nodded. Looking into the distance, he said, Tana's water god temple is very far away from divine Sky City. Even if we use the teleportation portal to travel some distance, we don't know where we are now or how to get there. Don't worry. Yun Nuashing waved her hand and took out the treasure map. It expanded in the air until it was 300 meters long and wide. She glanced at it and pointed at a flickering red. We're here. Then he drew on the map and pointed to a palace in the north that was covered by water. He said, The Tana's water god's temple is here. We can reach it in a few months. Yuan, she looked at the huge map strangely and was a little surprised. Some maps relied on complicated matrices and the power of space to accurately show one's location. However, the complexity of those matrices was frightening. After all, one had to constantly locate the corresponding area on the map. It was very troublesome to make them. This was the first time he had seen the real thing. His finger moved on the map a few times. When Yun Nuashing confirmed the direction, she put it away and took out the Netherworld Ruins sword. Let's go. It's a long journey. Before the little dragon hatches, let's sit on the sword. Yun Nuashing grinned as she enlarged the Netherworld Ruins sword until it was 30 meters long. She had been sitting on the sun god bow all this time. It was rare for the Netherworld Ruins sword to come back. She had to give it back to her. Hearing this, the Netherworld Ruins sword seemed a little unhappy. It glowed slightly and said, I rushed back to see you, so you're going to use me as a cushion. Yun Nuashing was stunned and scratched her head awkwardly. She quickly took out the sun god bow and said, Then I'll change to another one. Just as she was about to put the Nether Void sword away, she suddenly said something that made everyone panic. No, I'll do it. The Netherworld Ruins sword glowed as if it didn't want to resist. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but roll their eyes. What do you want? In the end, they all sat on her body. The Netherworld Ruins sword hummed softly and turned into a streak of light, rushing toward the north. A faint barrier of light emanated from the sword, blocking out the fierce wind that was coming at them. Suddenly, Yun Nuashing thought of something and quickly took out the heavenly halberd. A faint golden light gathered on her finger, and she wiped the halberd lightly. Then, a layer of golden film disappeared and a transparent blue figure appeared. When the figure appeared, she was stunned for a moment. She looked at the scenery around her and then looked down at Yun Nuashing, who was smiling awkwardly. She couldn't help but put her hands on her hips and complained, Brother Nuashing, you finally let Exana out. Sorry. Yun Nuashing scratched her head. He had indeed sealed Lon Exan, in the heavenly halberd because he was worried. However, he didn't expect that this seal would last for more than half a month. During this time, he was unconscious and naturally couldn't let her out. Pulling Lon Exener to sit down, Yun Nuashing patted her head and said, I heard you mention the Tana's Water Holy Temple. Do you know anything about it? Lon Exen blinked her watery eyes and stared at him for a while. Then she said, Tana's Water God Temple, I do know about it. In my time, the mythological era had already existed. If you want me to say something, unless what? Yun Nuashing looked into her bright eyes and laughed awkwardly. Humph. Lon Exena snorted and smiled slyly. She poked Yun Nuashing's nose and said, Unless Brother Nuashing promises that you won't suppress me anymore. Add one more condition, except for dangerous situations. Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and nodded. No, I might be able to help you then. Lon Exayaner shook her head unhappily. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing rested his chin on his hand and looked at her in a daze. After a while he frowned and shook his head, saying, No, when there's a situation, you should be obedient and stay behind your brother. Brother Nuashing. Lon Exayaner felt wronged. She blinked and looked at him with a pitiful look, which made him want to protect her even more. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled wickedly. He reached out and pinched her little nose, saying, Hey, you said that I'll be your brother. Your sister has to listen to you no matter what. The two of them stared at each other without saying a word. The three people at the side also looked at each other because they couldn't understand what they were talking about. They could only stare at each other. After a while, Lon Exine gave in. She nodded helplessly and said, All right, I'll listen to Brother Nuashing. That's a good girl. Yun Nuashing smiled and patted her head. If I had known, I would have treated you as my elder sister. Lon Exiner pouted and muttered. She ran her hand through her long hair and pondered for a while. Then she started to speak slowly. Tana's water god temple in my time belonged to an ancient country, Rain Country. It was a superpower that worshipped the water element. Compared to our country, it was countless times stronger. Even in the realm of the gods, it was famous. And Tana's water god temple was the core inheritance ground of Rain Country. It was a pilgrimage ground for countless people who cultivated the water element. Although it was said to be semi-public, some important places were obviously not accessible. I've heard that there were even gods who did not hesitate to put down their pride and go on a pilgrimage for some things. Rain Country was located in a place that was covered by rain all year round. This was also the origin of their name. The dragon chi rising from the dragon veins covered the whole country as if it was in a fairyland. I also went there once. After I came back, my cultivation improved a lot. However, Rain Country was inexplicably destroyed. Lon Exia sighed. She looked a little regretful, as if she had a good impression of that place. Destroyed? Yun Nuashing was startled. I don't know what caused it. On the day of Rain Country's destruction, it was as if a vast ocean had fallen from the sky, drowning Rain Country in the ocean. Tana's water god temple was the first to bear the brunt of the impact and was mostly destroyed. However, if it was only water, it would be impossible for the people of Rain Country not to have any countermeasures. There were people who cultivated the water element inside, and there were also quite a number of gods. If it was only water, how could it drown a country that mainly cultivated water? Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, "You mean someone did it?" "I don't know." Lon Exia shook her head. She sighed and said, "Some people said that an old emperor of Rain Country had a problem with his cultivation. He went mad and couldn't control his power, so he destroyed Rain Country. Some people also said that some evil demon was sealed under Tana's water god temple. It broke out of seclusion and took its anger out on Rain Country that was sealed, so it destroyed Rain Country. I don't remember too much. This happened 4 years before I was sealed away. After that, the Rain Country no longer existed in the realm of the gods. There was only a dilapidated divine palace standing in a place covered by a vast ocean. However, there were still many people coming and going from the original location of the Rain Country, and there wasn't any great disturbance. Lon Exia furrowed her brows and pondered for a long time before shaking her head. Huh. Yun Nuashing tilted her head. The Tana's water god temple that she heard in the present world was only a forbidden area with a bad reputation. She didn't expect that it had such a history in the mythological era long ago. Yun Nuashing also told Xian and the other two about this. They also expressed their surprise. After all, it was so long ago that people in the present world couldn't possibly know about it. About this, I don't know too much. Yuan, she scratched his eyebrows. After thinking for a long time, he said slowly, "It is said that every year a shrill roar will be heard from Tana's water god temple. The roar is earth-shattering, and it can be heard clearly from hundreds of millions of miles away. However, every time this day comes, gods from all the major forces will go to the edge of the ocean to take a look. However, they didn't find anything. Moreover, there is nothing on the vast ocean surface. No one knows what is roaring. That is an ocean." Yun Nuashing was startled. There was indeed a waterhole drawn on the map. A temple was stuck in the waterhole like an upside-down onion. However, it didn't look like an ocean. Seeing her shocked expression, Yuan, she was also startled. After thinking for a while, he said, "The ocean in Tana's water god temple is expanding every year, constantly eroding the land. It has expanded several times over the years. Some people estimate that it will exceed 100 million miles in less than 10 years. Yun Nuashing finally understood. The map that Xian Yin gave him was left behind a long time ago. After so many years, it wouldn't be strange if there were any changes. However, this change seemed to be a little too big. Furthermore, after countless years, no life has been born in that sea. In fact, There are no signs of water attribute demonic beasts or monstrous beasts. Due to the fact that there is no life there, that is why it is called a life-forbidden zone. As for the specifics, I have never been there before. Thus, I do not know, Yuanqi said. Well, you will know when you get there. Chapter 300. The blue sky was like a huge mirror without a speck of dust. The bright sunlight poured down from the sky, and the two dazzling suns chased each other as they slowly wandered towards the top of the sky. The autumn wind blew gently, bringing with it the smell of the earth and the fresh smell of the grass and trees, adding a bit of vitality to the atmosphere. The chilling autumn was extremely obvious in the northern wilderness. The earth wore a golden sweater, and withered yellow leaves and bright maple leaves floated down. A silver ship quietly pushed the golden maple leaves away from the surface of the water. It floated leisurely in the water and flowed down with the current. On the small ship, there were only 5 people. Among them, a young man in black stood at the bow of the ship humming a song. In his arms was a little girl of about 10 years old. Listening to him humming, the little girl shook her head. A girl with a slightly transparent body sat at the bow of the ship. She kept shaking her 2 dazzlingly white, round and long legs. She tapped lightly on the water and drew a line in the water. However, she was so cold that she frowned. The people on the ship were naturally Yun Nuashing and the others. At this moment, they were not in a hurry to continue their journey. They sailed the dragon Xian Silver and floated away with the current. He had changed into a slightly younger face. The so-called life is to be comfortable. Yun Nuashing stretched and yawned lazily. The warm sunlight shone on her body, making her feel lazy. In this kind of weather, it was the best time to sleep. Brother is a lazy bum. Ming saw this and could not help but pinch his nose. He smiled foolishly. This is called enjoyment. It's such a waste not to sleep in such good weather. Yun Nuashing stuck her tongue out and smiled. Behind him, Zian, who was sitting cross-legged on a praying mat, pursed her lips and laughed. Her purple clothes were bright and moving, and even the sunlight in the sky lost its splendor for an instant. She rather liked this kind of ordinary life. Being ordinary and indifferent was also a kind of truth. The river was very wide, and it was not a problem for more than 10 ships to sail side by side. It was also very gentle. The autumn wind blew along the lawn by the shore. Coupled with the warm sunlight, it was so comfortable that it made people want to sleep. In the water, fishes jumped up from time to time, splashing water. They swung their tails in the air and fell back into the water. Yuanqi, who was squatting by the side of the boat, was staring at the flying fish that were jumping up and down. Suddenly, he reached out his hand like lightning and grabbed a fish that was very close to him. Then he hung it over the bonfire that was burning brightly. In this row, there were actually 4 or 5 fish that were hanging on the bonfire. Yuanqi took a deep breath, licked his lips, and shouted at the bow of the ship. Nuashing, 3 beauties, do you want to eat grilled fish? Oh, let's eat fish. Hearing that there was food, Ming Ming's eyes lit up. He jumped down from Yun Nuashing's arms and jumped over to Yuanqi. Little foodie. Yun Nuashing and Zian shook their heads helplessly. Night slowly fell, and darkness slowly pulled the curtains from the other side of the sky. The 2 suns were on a horizontal line and set on the other side of the horizon, forming 2 semicircles. The orange light illuminated the entire sky, as if it was about to burn. Under the water, a long strip of light was reflected. As the egg yolk fell, it was annihilated in the water. Endless starlight descended, crossing an immeasurable distance and landing on the other side of the starry sky. The bright stars decorated the sky, and 2 bright strips of light crossed in the sky. On the other side of the sky, the ball of light was like a huge sun, tearing apart the darkness of the night. The 2 moons approached the middle of the sky, and their purple brilliance made the realm of the gods seem like a dream. On the ship, Yun Nuashing's body glowed faintly. Ever since he merged with the power of the stars, his body would automatically absorb the boundless power of the stars that drifted between heaven and earth every night. The light that flowed on the surface of his body was like a universe, flickering with faint starlight. Every time this happened, he would say, self-deprecatingly, "It's like a lamp has been lit." "Brother, lit the lamp again." Seeing Yun Nuashing suddenly glowing, Ming shouted excitedly. His little hand caught the floating fluorescent light in the light. Yun Nuashing, you don't have to light candles in the future." Ziyin covered her mouth and giggled, making the night sky much brighter. "Brother Nuashing, restrain the power of the stars. Otherwise, you won't be able to hide in the darkness in the future." At the bow of the ship, Lon Sheener also laughed. After teasing him, she immersed her mind into the ball of light in her palm. This was the language of the gods and the language of the modern world that Yun Nuashing had compiled during this period of time. Lon Sheener also put in a lot of effort to learn it because she was from the mythological era. If she didn't learn the language of the modern world, she wouldn't be able to communicate with Ziyin and the others. She couldn't always let Yun Nuashing translate for her every time. Girls needed to have some private conversations. Yun Nuashing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The power of the stars flew to him on its own. It wasn't that he didn't want to control it, but that he couldn't control it at all. Use the power of the stars to wash your body. Over time, the marks of the stars will be engraved in your flesh. It's equivalent to forming a starry sky world. It will be of great help to adapt to the starry sky in the future. The netherworld ruins sword appeared on his body and reminded him, making him feel even more helpless. Sigh. When Yuanshi heard this, he looked at Yun Nuashing a little enviously and said, "The divine body of spiritual absorption. It's really amazing. Go away, you have the divine body. It can even be said that you can become a god. Why are you envious of my body, which no one knows about?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and knocked him on the head. But everyone in the world knows about the divine body. I've never heard of the divine body of spiritual absorption before. It's an even rarer body." Yuanshi laughed, picked up the wine jug next to him, and took a small sip. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes. Late at night, the few of them slept side by side on the deck. Yun Nuashing stared at the stars, then looked down and sighed helplessly. He didn't know what to say when he slept. He had little Ming in his arms. Lon Sheener refused to go back to him and insisted on using his arm as a pillow. On the other side, Ziyin looked at him. Although they didn't make any intimate movements, his eyes were full of eagerness. The two men stared at the sky with their eyes wide open. Yuanshi glanced at him and couldn't help but mutter, "Nuashing, you've been torturing single people all day long. My health bar is almost empty." "Huh." Yun Nuashing was stunned and didn't understand. "Sigh." Yuanshi sighed heavily and pointed at himself. He smiled bitterly and said, "Consider that there's a single dog here, okay?" Yun Nuashing was stunned. Looking at the three beautiful girls, she smiled bitterly and shook her head. She said, "Brother, you think too much. These two are my sisters, and this is my confidant. There's nothing between us. Hee, little Cece feels lonely." Seeing this, Lon Xan unwillingly moved closer to Yun Nuashing and mocked him with her stiff modern language. Please don't torture me." Yuan, she looked up and roared. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Calm down. Pretend that you didn't hear anything. Go to sleep." Yun Nuashing smiled silently. Late at night, a roar like that of an injured beast came from the riverside. It made the people who heard it shrink their necks. Bang! Hey, who crashed into the boat? Keep an eye on it. Early in the morning, Yun Nuashing slowly woke up amidst the noise. Yun Nuashing opened his eyes in a daze. What entered his eyes was a huge jade-colored object, sparkling and translucent like jade. On the side of the ship, many people stuck their heads out and looked down. Some of them frowned in dissatisfaction. Yun Nuashing, who was in a daze, looked at the object for a long time. She rubbed her eyes and quickly woke them up. Then she cupped her hands and apologized. "I'm sorry, everyone. I'm still in a daze." Hearing this, the people on the boat burst into laughter. Seeing that their boat was a little small, they asked them to get on. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing smiled awkwardly. Long Xianin was a little conspicuous, so he deliberately made the boat smaller. It was only a few times bigger than a small boat. He didn't want to refuse their kindness, so he put away the boat and landed on the boat with the others. After getting on the boat, they saw that it was very big. It was about 300 meters long. There were cultivators and some ordinary people on it. The sun was high in the sky, and it was very bright. This river was many times bigger than the one they drifted on at the beginning. There were many boats floating around, and all of them were either rich or noble. After waking up Xian, who was seriously in a daze, Yun Nuashing went to pay the bill. However, he was rejected. He was a little confused. So he asked about the situation here. It was not normal for so many boats to appear out of nowhere. Don't you know? The Jiao Dragon King is celebrating his 100,000th birthday. His children are holding a celebration in the Jiao Dragon Palace. People from all over the world have come to celebrate the birthday. Many big shots have come. We're going to join in the fun and make friends with them. According to my master, we're doing good deeds. Yun Nuashing was speechless. She blinked and said with a smile, "Your master is a very special person, isn't he?" "Of course." Speaking of this, the shipowner proudly straightened his back and rattled off a bunch of things, such as disaster relief, helping the poor, traveling around to help others, doing good deeds every day, and so on. His footprints were all over the great river, and he could be seen in half of the divine land. After 10 minutes, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly and left the excited owner of the boat. She quietly wiped the saliva on her face and could not help but mutter, "He's really good at talking." When she walked back to the deck, she saw a few young people surrounding Yuanxi. They kept talking, but their eyes were fixed on Xian, who was behind him. Yuanxi also looked righteous and awe-inspiring as he stood in front of her. The majesty of the Yuan family's young master seeped out from his body. Yun Nuashing raised her eyebrows and glanced left and right. She had a rough idea of what was going on, so she quickened her pace and walked over. "Hey, young master, we're just here to talk to this girl. What does it have to do with you?" The young man standing at the front was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked rather delicate. His eyes were fixed on Xian, who was hiding behind Yuanxi, as he smiled. Hearing this, Yuanxi raised his eyebrows and looked at Xian, who was pouting behind him. He shrugged and said, "Can't you see that she's unwilling?" "Young man, you can't force someone to drink from a cow's head." Yuanxi sighed with his hands on his waist. He was actually about the same age as these people. When he spoke, he sounded like an old man. Yun Nuashing could not help but laugh. Hearing this, the young people frowned and looked at him coldly. Just as they were about to say something, Yun Nuashing walked up from the side at the right time and put her arm around Xian's delicate shoulders. What happened? Yun Nuashing smiled brightly as she pulled Xian slightly into her arms. Xian's pretty face blushed slightly when she was suddenly pulled into her arms. She was stunned for a moment. Then she shook her head and smiled sweetly. "Nothing, just a small matter." Yun Nuashing smiled and pinched her delicate nose. She turned to the young man and said with a smile, "Friend, what's wrong with my little girlfriend?" "Your girlfriend?" The young man's face stiffened when he heard this. He looked at the two of them and frowned as he asked in a deep voice, Yes. Is there a problem?" Yun Nuashing nodded and smiled. In order to be more convincing, she reached out to touch Xian's head and glanced at the young man. The young man was stunned. Then he glared angrily at Yun Nuashing and left dejectedly with his men. He even muttered something to himself. When she saw them leave, Yun Nuashing calmly released her hand from Xian's shoulder. Then she calmly looked at the two suns in the sky and said nothing. Uft! Seeing him like this, Zien could not help but laugh. She patted him with her lily-white hand and said coquettishly, "Bad Xingxing, you only know how to take advantage of me." Yun Nuoxing's face did not turn red and her heart did not skip a beat. She touched her head and said, "Hey, there are so many stars." "Nuoxing, do you still want me to believe that there's nothing going on between the two of you?" Yuan, she could not help but roll his eyes. "There are so many white clouds." "Brother is playing dumb again," Ming could not help but mutter. Chapter 301. The Jiao Dragon Palace was located on the only sea of life in the desolate north. It was even bigger than the sky-descending sea of rain country. This place had given birth to several powerful demonic beast kings. The Jiao dragon, which had a bit of dragon blood, could be said to be the most powerful demonic beast in the world of demonic beasts, second only to the true dragon. The Jiao Dragon Palace had been passed down from ancient times to the present. The current Dragon King was a powerful figure who was famous in the northern wilderness. Today, it was his 100,000th birthday. Many first-rate forces in the desolate north came to congratulate him. Of course, there were also some leaders who came in person. Many people wanted to get close to him. The Jiao Dragon King was like the sun in the sky now. With the constitution of a demon beast, he was invincible in the first level of the divine underworld. When he was still a divine emperor, he defeated 5 divine underworld warriors in a row. That battle was earth-shattering, and it made his name known. Yun Nuoxing and the others came as well. They stood on Fei Chui's ship and looked at the island with countless ships anchored in the distance. They couldn't help but gulp. The island was a sea blue color. Under the sunlight, ripples of light could be seen on its surface. The entire magnificent island was shrouded in a thin layer of fog, making it seem like a paradise on earth. At the top of the island, a blue dragon head stretched out, swallowing and spitting out the essence of the sun and moon. It's actually an island formed from water. What a big deal. That old Dragon King's strength is unfathomable. Looking at the azure island, an incomparably huge liquid palace in the center that looked like a primordial beast crawling, Yun Nuoxing felt his mouth go dry. She looked at the bottom of the sea with the help of evil spirit's eyes. Under the sea, several huge dragon veins flowed from afar and gathered in this place. It was a natural treasure land. In such a place with abundant spiritual qi, even a pig could become a powerful warrior. No wonder it took root here. The dragon veins are all gathered here. It's enough to raise a first-rate force. Yun Nuoxing sighed in admiration. A layer of water curtain hung down from a height of 100 meters, covering the palace behind it. People kept entering through the opening under the water curtain, and there are even many young experts. Their vigorous vitality couldn't be concealed, and they weren't the illusions of the older generation. Yuan, she pulled someone aside and muttered a few words. Then he walked back and said, "Although I don't have an invitation, I can still be treated as an honored guest if I can break through the water curtain on my own." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing opened her evil spirit eye and stared at the water curtain. She stared blankly for a moment before smiling. A water curtain that contains the power of space. "No problem, let's go." Just as he was about to rush over, Lon Exener grabbed a few of them and flew over to the water curtain. With a palm strike, she created a big hole in the water curtain. Then she brought the few of them into the water curtain. Yun Nuoxing and the others opened their mouths wide. They looked at Lon Exen, and couldn't say a word for a long time. However, after thinking about it, they retracted their shock. To be able to escape from hundreds of divine underworld experts in the previous era, her strength was naturally very strong. Although it had been a few eras and she hadn't cultivated normally, the accumulation of her strength over time was still a terrifying amount. When the disciples of the Jiao Dragon Palace saw them, they didn't dare to be negligent. They respectfully welcomed them in. The old Dragon King had said that even if they entered with their strength, they had to treat them with caution. However, what surprised Yun Nuashing and the others was that this floating island and the palace were just a gate. The palace was the entrance. The real place where the celebration was held was underwater, through a long underwater spatial tunnel. So many little dragons. Looking into the water, Ming exclaimed excitedly. She couldn't help but touch the Jiao Dragon Palace, disciple beside her. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's so cold and so slippery." The disciple laughed bitterly. Although they could speak the human language, they had yet to transform into human form. They weren't like demons who were born in human form. Their bodies only retained some of the characteristics of beasts. If demonic beasts wanted to transform into human form, they had to cultivate continuously. Ming, stop fooling around. Little dragons don't like to be touched. Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head and laughed. Oh, hearing this, Ming blinked her gem-like eyes and nodded. Little dragons laughed bitterly. Under the water, there was a magnificent group of palaces floating in the water. One could even say that it was an underwater city. A huge tower stood at the highest point of the city, looking very majestic. So many people. The old Dragon King sure has a lot of face. In the simple but luxurious tower, there was a huge area at the top. It was supposed to be an important place, but today it was used to welcome guests. It showed how much importance the old Dragon King and his descendants placed on this celebration. Yun Nuashing chose a seat by the window. Seeing so many people, she couldn't help but comment. Look, there are people from the Narcissus Palace here too. It's the palace lord and their goddess. Both of them are peerless beauties. The old Dragon King sure has a lot of face. Hey, lower your voice. Do you want to be heard by others? Actually, they're just here to take a look. Their real goal should be the place in the north. Speaking of which, is this true? Tana's water god temple is going to see the light of day again? Of course it's true. This forbidden zone has existed since ancient times. Some people speculate that it has existed for 3 or 4 eras. TSK. It's such a long time ago. You haven't seen it yet. All the major factions are making a move. Moreover, they should be out soon. When that time comes, a shocking battle will be unavoidable. What's in Tana's water god temple? Is it worth so many people coming to the Forbidden Zone? According to ancient records, Tana's water god temple used to be a pilgrimage place for all water elementalists in the world. It has existed for an immeasurable amount of time. It's said that even the gods went there to make a pilgrimage. There must be something incredible left behind. Otherwise, why would the gods have the time to go there? Moreover, it's something that's been separated by several eras. Even the top factions today would be tempted. Moreover, it's said that there was a divine underworld master who risked his life to barge in. When he came out, he was only left with a crippled soul. He only said one sentence, and his soul collapsed. What sentence? I think he said something about the origin of water. I don't know what it is. People at the level of gods pay attention to different things. Hearing these discussions, Yun Nuashing couldn't stay calm. He didn't expect the legendary Forbidden Zone, Tana's water god temple, to receive so much attention now. The world knew that it was about to see the light of day again. Things were going to get out of hand. Others didn't know, but he knew very well. What 3 or 4 eras? Damn it, that was a relic left behind from the mythological era. The origin of water, Yun Nuashing murmured. She tilted her head and looked at Xian. Seeing that she was also looking at him, Mei Mao was looking at him. Both of them could see the excitement in each other's eyes. However, what followed was a kind of worry. Seeing her worried expression, Yun Nuashing grabbed her little hand and comforted her. It's okay, I will help you get it. Moreover, the origin of water is one's own nature to choose good luck and avoid disaster. It will only be close to you. Okay. Xian nodded. Mei Mao kept staring at him and whispered, I'm just worried about you. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing was just about to say, It doesn't matter. However, She remembered something and changed her words. Haha, I'll be careful. Don't worry. Suddenly, at the door, a few figures appeared. They were all dressed in green robes and were quite handsome. They walked as if they were flying. There was a hint of arrogance between their brows. One look, and one could tell that they were the kind of people who were used to being arrogant. Those people walked in and directly walked to the table closest to them. They threw a portrait and shouted, "Have you seen this person?" After that, they didn't even look at them and went straight to the hall to search. That portrait was actually Yun Nuashing's portrait. The people at the table furrowed their brows. Anyone would feel uncomfortable if they were being interrogated like this. However, they didn't meddle. They only glanced at the portrait and shook their heads, saying, "No." Humph! I knew he wouldn't come. Hiding like a mouse is just a coward. That person sneered. He put away the portrait and walked quickly to the next table. Hey, are those people from the Qinghai Palace? Judging from their clothes, they should be. Some time ago, the Qi family and the receiving spirit divine physique were in a mess. The Qi family's divine son, Qi Haoyu, said that he would definitely kill the divine physique. The Qinghai Palace is on good terms with the Qi family. Moreover, the Qinghai Palace's divine son and Qi Haoyu are sworn brothers. This time, he might not need to do anything. Someone will do it for him. Hiss! So the Qinghai Palace is going to make a move on the divine physique? However, the divine physique should be hiding from the world and living in seclusion. With so many people watching, if it were me, I would have become a hermit long ago. Hey, the divine physique has a great treasure. Although those big forces didn't say what the divine physique had, it must be a great treasure. The Qi family is after it. Speaking of which, the Qinghai Palace came here from the distant Eastern Sea. They really have nothing better to do. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing frowned. She smiled faintly and murmured, "What a Qi family. Qi Haoyu, right? I'll remember this name." The Qi family is going all out for Ling Hongjin. Although many people know about Ling Hongjin's appearance, some people still don't know that you have it. Presumably, they don't want so many people to know. Yuan, she sighed. Exclusive prey? Yun Nuashing took a sip of tea and chuckled. Yuan, she scratched his head and said, "That's not wrong. Hey, have you seen this guy?" Suddenly, a portrait was flung onto the table with a paw sound, causing the teacups to spill and the hot water to flow all over the table. At the side, the few young men in green didn't even look at them. This caused many people in the surroundings to frown. These people were too arrogant. Picking up the half-filled teacup and taking a sip, Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head. She didn't even look at those people. "Boy, we're asking you a question. Are you deaf?" A young man said in a low voice and glared at him. His green eyes were filled with coldness. Slowly putting down the teacup, Yun Nuashing glanced at him indifferently and said, "I'm here as a guest, not to be interrogated like a prisoner. If you really want to ask questions, please use a nicer tone." "Hee, you're quite stubborn." One of the young men sneered. His green eyes glowed as he stared at her with an unfriendly expression. A faint layer of energy quietly condensed in his hand. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing sneered. She clenched the fingers of her right hand into a fist. Creaking sounds could be heard as the faint star energy was transferred to her palm. She even condensed into a few small talismans. "What? You still want to fight?" The atmosphere was a little tense. Seeing this, everyone quieted down. Looking at the situation that seemed like a fight to the death, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, they looked at him with a little surprise. The Qinghai Palace was even more powerful than the Jiao Dragon Palace. No one wanted to provoke them. "Both of you, please don't be rash. Today is my father's birthday. I hope you can give me some face and not fight." Just when the atmosphere was about to collapse, a faint laughter broke the deadlock. One of the sons of the old Dragon King, who was wearing a navy blue robe, quickly stood between the two and suppressed the battle that was about to start. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing glanced at this person. It wasn't good to cause trouble in someone else's territory. She nodded and dispersed the energy. Since the master has said so, she said indifferently. The few people from the Qinghai Palace sneered and pointed at her. For the sake of the Dragon King, we'll spare your dog life. In the future, you'd better tuck your tail between your legs when you're outside. Hearing this, not only did the Jiao Dragon King's son frown, but even the people around them couldn't stand it anymore. However, before they could say anything, they suddenly felt a strong burst of energy suddenly explode. Meow, I've been pissing you off for a long time. Chapter 302. The sudden burst of aura caused everyone to feel uneasy. Before the blue-clothed man could say anything, a fist with a scarlet rune about a foot in size flashed in front of his eyes. Bang! The moment the fists made contact, a low, muffled sound resounded throughout the entire hall, causing countless people's hearts to violently jump. Just as the fist made contact, the scarlet rune suddenly exploded, and a majestic impact surged out like a tide, directly smashing into that person's lower abdomen. Boom! Kacha! The air wave from the rune's explosion overturned the floor within 2 to 3 meters, and the sound of bones breaking could be clearly heard. A figure flew straight out in the air. Under Yun Nuashing's crushing fist, that person's lower abdomen had clearly caved in. His face immediately paled, and a large mouthful of green blood, mixed with pieces of his internal organs, sprayed out. Several wounds suddenly exploded all over his body from the inside out, and blood splattered everywhere, soaking his clothes. It was a very terrifying sight. His body flew out along the floor, smashing a few tables and chairs along the way, and then slammed into a wall 100 meters away. The powerful force caused cracks to spread out on the wall. Pucci! After suffering such a heavy blow, the Azure Sea Palace disciple couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. His breathing was weak, and he was paralyzed on the ground. Even his body was deformed, and his hands and feet were bent into strange arcs. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly dodged to the side. This person directly ignored the Azure Sea Palace's position, and presumably he was also someone who couldn't bear to be taken advantage of. He definitely wouldn't submit to humiliation. There were still a few people here, and perhaps there would be a fierce battle. It was better to retreat early to avoid being implicated. We are people from the Azure Sea Palace. You dare to move. Ugh. A young man saw that one person was gone in a flash, and his face was a little pale. He pointed at Yun Nuashing and shouted halfway, but the remaining half of his sentence was directly blocked by the people who came with him. Friend, please don't blame them. They just lost their minds. If they disturbed you, I will apologize to you. Another person walked up and clasped his fist at Yun Nuashing. They were all quite strong, but Yun Nuashing was even more ferocious. She crippled one of them with a single punch. She wasn't someone they could fight against. Oh, ugh. Hearing this, the person whose mouth was covered immediately widened his eyes. It was unknown what he said. Usually when they ran amok outside, others would have scruples on account of the Qinghai Palace and would not dare to make a move against them. But today, Yun Nuashing did not put them in her eyes at all, making him feel very sullen. Shut up. A few of his companions shouted at him. Then they hurriedly pulled the man who was lying by the wall, half dead, and ran out with their tails between their legs. After coldly watching the few of them slip away, Yun Nuashing finally let out a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands towards the old Dragon King's son and said apologetically, "Brother, I'm really sorry for disturbing your mood. I'll go and apologize to your father later. Just put the losses here on my head." Hearing this, the person laughed bitterly and waved his hand, saying, "What's there to apologize for? Don't bother. Actually, I don't like them either. Just take it that you helped me vent my anger. Just call me Jiao Ruo." After that, he hurriedly ordered people to clean up the mess. Seeing this, the crowd did not say much. They all sat down, and the silent hall returned to a few voices. But brother, although those people are a little disgusting, I still advise you to leave quickly. Those who just came were just a few servants from Qingxian. I think the master of the house will be here soon to celebrate my father's birthday. Yun Nuashing frowned and asked, "What is the background of the Qinghai Palace?" The Qinghai Palace is a subsidiary of the Green Dragon tribe. They have a little dragon blood flowing in them. They are very powerful, comparable to the Jiao Dragon Palace. Green Dragon. Yun Nuashing was stunned and could not help but frown. Everyone knew about the name of one of the 4 mythical beasts. Just like the phoenix, there was only one green dragon in the world. The rest were either descendants or clans that were tainted with dragon blood. Other than the long-extinct Void Spirit Dragon tribe, the Green Dragon tribe should be the most powerful tribe. Moreover, the Green Dragon tribe coexisted with demons and demonic beasts. One of the forces under them was the Qinghai Palace. Speaking of which, it was also because of the Green Dragon tribe. With a little dragon blood, it could stand out among the many demonic beasts. They are demons? Looking at the direction where the few people escaped, Yun Nuashing was a little speechless. His fist did not touch any dragon scales. If there were dragon scales, it would have at least given him a strong recoil. They are just people with a little dragon blood. They are not even demons. Looking at the figure that disappeared into the distance, Yun Nuashing scratched his head and sat down again. He had no intention of leaving at all. Seeing this, the people around could not help but be stunned. He knew that the other side's experts would come, but he did not do anything. Was he going to turn a blind eye? The people of the Qinghai Palace were so arrogant just now. I did not expect them to leave so easily. This is a strategic retreat. They are waiting for the divine son of the Qinghai Palace to come. Now that they can't beat him, they must leave. I wonder where this person came from. I have never heard of him before. Could he be here for the Tana's Water God Temple? Hey, I think it is not just him. The people around him have a little extraordinary aura. Maybe he is the young master of some first-class force, or the divine son. In the hall, everyone was discussing, but no one had an accurate answer. This made the few people who were listening feel a little helpless. They could not even come out quietly to have a cup of tea. What kind of trouble had they suffered? After taking a sip of the new tea, Yun Nuashing yawned lazily and said with a smile, "Well, we did not provoke others. Naturally, we will not be bullied by others. But we offended a force." Yuan, she shrugged indifferently. Looking at the two's indifference, Xian could not help but sigh. He pulled Yun Nuashing and whispered, "There won't be any trouble, right?" "It's just 2 random loaches. What trouble can there be?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing laughed unconcernedly. "Not that. I mean, they won't pull out your constitution, right?" Xian rolled his eyes and asked. Hearing this serious question, Yun Nuashing and Yuan, she were stunned for a moment. After a long while, Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and said, "Probably, maybe there won't be a problem. If I don't use the divine weapon, who will know who I am?" Of course, the divine weapon was now his biggest feature. If he wanted to hide his identity, he might have to use less weapons in the future. In order to reduce the risk of his identity being exposed, he had no choice. After all, the whole world was paying attention to the divine body of spiritual absorption. Report, Qingxian of the Qinghai Palace is here to congratulate you. In less than an hour, a disciple of the Jiaolong Palace at the door reported loudly. His loud voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone turned to look at Yun Nuashing, wanting to see his reaction. Of course, many people went out to welcome him. The Qinghai Palace was very powerful. So many people wanted to make friends with them, especially the Son of God. He was so young and already had such power. How could someone who could become sworn brothers with the Son of God of the Qi family be ordinary? There weren't many rumors about Qingxian. Just like the Shenxis of the major powers, they rarely showed themselves in public, and there weren't many earth-shattering events. However, the title of Shensi, was enough to explain some things. Those who could be crowned with this title were all heaven's favored children with outstanding talents and strength. At the entrance, a handsome young man slowly walked in. His long black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He was dressed in a simple green robe that did not reveal his status. His green eyes were as calm as water, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Although this person was not the type that was shockingly handsome, he was the kind of man that was more interesting the more you looked at him. His calm appearance was somewhat refined, as if he was a lotus that wandered in the mortal world and was untainted by the secular world. Beside him were the few people who ran away with their tails between their legs. At this moment, they were surrounded by a group of people. Qing Xian's appearance attracted the attention of some of the female disciples at the scene. All of them were discussing softly, and their beautiful eyes were filled with extraordinary splendor. When this person came in, he did not roar like what others expected. Instead, he looked as calm as water, as if he did not see the resentful eyes of the people around him. "Brother Qing Xian." Jiao Rong greeted him with a smile. Although he did not have a good impression of those people, this was the son of God of the Qinghai Palace. No matter what, he had to be polite. No one could find fault with his etiquette. There were many people around him. Other than the few people who had just been chased away, there were also some young people who were also dressed in green. They seemed to be from the Qinghai Palace. At this time, they were looking at Yun Nuoxing with an unfriendly face. There were some people around, so Qing Xian could not act like it was not a big deal. He responded with a faint smile. However, the few people around him rushed over aggressively and slapped Yun Nuoxing's teacup away. "Kid, you can really keep your composure and still have the mood to drink tea. My son of God is here. Don't you know how to greet him?" The person who said this was the one who had his mouth covered. His words were full of hatred. His voice was raised a few octaves, and even the people in front could hear it. When everyone saw this, they called him an idiot. Did you not see the miserable state that person was in? Now you are provoking him. He is not leaving. It is obvious that he is not afraid of your Son of God. 3 seconds get lost. 5 seconds fly out. 10 seconds disappear. Choose one. Yun Nuoxing raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and said lightly. Then he took another cup, poured another cup of tea, and slowly tasted it. "Kid, you are still so stubborn in the face of disaster. Why don't you fly first and let me see?" Hearing this, that person was so angry that he laughed. He reached out and grabbed Yun Nuoxing. Boom! A deafening muffled sound suddenly rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Then a gust of wind suddenly blew from Yun Nuoxing's side, messing up everyone's hair in the hall. The sudden sound of someone vomiting blood was particularly loud. Before anyone could react, they saw a green figure flying across the hall, spitting blood, spinning a dozen times, and then falling heavily on the ground. Bam! The muffled sound of the body falling on the ground made everyone grimace. The strong force directly shook the hard floor, forming a few thumb-sized cracks. That person was lying on the ground, his eyes were white, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. In the distance, Yun Nuoxing maintained his posture of leaning forward and stretching out his palm. He glanced at the person on the ground, then retracted his hand and sat down slowly. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Not only did he cripple an immortal-level expert with one palm, he did it under the eyes of his master. How unscrupulous was this person to be able to do such a thing? Clap, clap. Suddenly, there was a burst of crisp applause in the hall. Everyone was stunned, and their expressions changed. Who was so bold to clap at this time? However, when they saw who it was, their expressions instantly became even stranger. Because the person who was clapping was Qing Xian. At this time he was smiling. There was no anger or resentment at all. His faint smile was a little unfathomable. "Brother, you have good skills. I wonder if you are interested in learning from each other?" His smile was warm and charming. Chapter 303. The atmosphere in the hall seemed to have frozen. Only Qing Xian was laughing heartily. Behind him lay a person who was foaming at the mouth and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. His laughter shook everyone. Were they really going to go all out? No, I'm not interested. Yun Nuoxing shook his head and stared at him without blinking. He said, "Didn't you want to help someone deal with the divine body? Now you're not conserving your strength, but casually looking for someone to spar with?" Behind him, when Yuanqi heard this, she quickly covered her mouth and raised her eyebrows high. She had a look that said, "I'm not laughing." The people around them couldn't help but roll their eyes. "You're actually laughing. Is Nuoxing trying to argue? They're going to fight anyway." Yuanqi covered his mouth and mumbled to himself. "He." Hearing this, Qing Xian nodded and said, "The divine body is the divine body. It's only a matter of time before I fight with him. But now." He glanced at the disciple of Qinghai Palace who was twitching on the ground and then stared at Yun Nuoxing. He smiled faintly and said, "Although these guys are too arrogant and frivolous, as a fellow member of Qinghai Palace, I have to get an explanation." "Oh." Yun Nuoxing raised his eyebrows and crossed his arms. He said, "How do you want to settle this?" "How about a peaceful spar? No matter the result, today's matter will be written off." Qing Xian smiled. Staring at Qing Xian, who was smiling calmly, Yun Nuoxing couldn't help but frown. This fellow seemed to want to fight on purpose. Of course, it wasn't that he was afraid of Qing Xian, it was just that he was too lazy to make a move. But now, it seemed that Qing Xian didn't have the heart to do so. "All right." Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing sighed and nodded. Qing Xian of Qinghai Palace, Qi Haoyu of Qi family, and the divine sons and divine daughters of other families. All of them are geniuses. However, they're hidden too deeply by their respective forces. Usually I haven't seen them fight. Today, I'm lucky enough to see one of them fight. It's going to be a fierce battle. That young man is obviously a powerful character. However, I don't know if he's a match for Qing Xian. Although it's a friendly match, it's still worth watching. Qing Xian only smiled faintly when she heard the discussions in the surroundings. She then cupped her hands towards Jiao Rong and said, "Brother Jiao, can you lend us a piece of empty land?" "Of course." Jiao Yin glanced at the two of them and nodded helplessly. After that, he waved at the two of them and walked out first. The Jiao Dragon platform was a flat underwater mountain. It was as if a mountain had been sliced off from the middle of the mountain by someone. Someone had used a special method and a formation to solidify it, making it extremely hard. Not far away, there were many other platforms that the people of the Jiao Dragon Palace used as training grounds. Standing on the flat mountain, the Jiao Dragon City shone brightly in the distance. It was like a bright lamp at the bottom of the sea. Outside the barrier, it was so dark that it was impossible to see clearly. Occasionally, one could see a flicker of phosphorescence, as if something was swimming across the sea. Looking up at the Jiao Dragon City that was like a small sun in the distance, it was the only thing that was glowing. The 1,000-meter seawater had blocked out the sunlight and nothing could be seen. It was very dark and lonely. If it wasn't for the barrier and the flow of energy that provided light, no one would be able to see anything. Jiao Yan left Yun Nuoxing and Jiao Yan there. Then he arranged for everyone to sit on the mountain next to it so that others could observe. He also stayed behind and ordered someone to go back and report the situation here. He didn't want the old Dragon King to think that no one had come to congratulate him. In the arena, Qing Xian still looked calm. Her gaze swept across Yun Nuoxing. Then she bowed slightly and cupped her hands, saying, "I am Qing Xian." Not far away, Yun Nuoxing saw her like this and was stunned for a moment. Then she quickly did as she was told. She knew that this was a kind of etiquette before the battle. She said, "Yuanxing." Qing Xian smiled faintly. Just as she finished speaking, layers of green flames suddenly surged out from her body. Finally, it turned into a curtain of fire that enveloped her entire body. With the appearance of the green flames, the temperature of the space quietly rose by a lot. Fire element. Yun Nuashing looked at the green energy that enveloped Qingxian. On it, the energy was rolling like flames, but it wasn't the usual fiery red color. Brother Yuan, be careful. This green flame is a kind of inherited flame of my Tringhai Palace. It's called the Jade Dragon Flame. Although it isn't a divine flame, its power isn't comparable to ordinary flames. I once used it to injure a half-demon expert. Qingxian smiled faintly as she held a ball of green flame in her fair palm. Looking at the smiling Qingxian, Yun Nuashing nodded slightly. Under the gaze of countless people, her slender white palm slid out from her black robe. Under the curious gaze of countless people, she slightly clenched her fist and a ball of blue flame appeared. This flame was the first type of flame that she had subdued. It was called the demonic whale flame. It was taken from the body of a demonic whale of unknown strength. Ever since she obtained the purple night flame, she had merged it with her flame and never used it alone. It's also the fire element. Qingxian sighed softly. Her eyes were fixed on the flame. After a moment, a surge of battle intent seeped out from her body. Why did you release the elements before the battle even started? Wouldn't it be more surprising if you kept it? What do you know? Didn't you hear Qingxian say that it's a peaceful battle? It's not a battle of life and death. In such a peaceful battle, you have to show your element to your opponent at the beginning. This is an unwritten rule that has been passed down for a long time. It's also the fire element. This battle will be a bit difficult. The power of the same element will more or less cancel each other out. It's hard to say. Who knows if they have any trump cards? Seeing that both of them were ready for battle, the crowd quickly stretched their necks and moved closer to the barrier so that they could see the battle clearly. Brother Yuan, use your full strength. Taking a deep breath, Qingxian suddenly raised her head and shouted. Her eyes were filled with surging battle intent. As soon as her voice fell, the blue flame in Qingxian's hand suddenly burst out and turned into two slender whips. The blue flame surged out from behind her, and her body turned into a shadow. Holding the two flame whips, she threw them at Yun Nuashing. The space where the flame whips passed was slightly distorted. Yun Nuashing held the blue flame with both of her hands. Then she tightened her grip. The blue flame surged out and condensed into the shape of a giant sword. The two blue flames were like fairies dancing around the giant sword. If one looked closely, they would realize that the giant flame sword was actually the Netherworld ruin sword. She stretched out her two hands, holding a giant sword in each hand. Looking at the flame whips that were speeding towards her, she raised the giant sword high and slashed it down without any fancy moves. The blue flame giant sword and the blue flame whips collided, exploding into countless sparks. The flame whips suddenly broke apart and dissipated in the air. Qingxian's body spun in the air as the sea of blue flames churned. Her hands flew and condensed a thick spiral flame all. It spun beside her and emitted a humming sound. As soon as the green flame all was formed, it pointed straight at Yun Nuashing. Because it was spinning at such a high speed, it even brought with it circles of flames, like slender snakes, winding around it. Go! Qingxian took a deep breath and pressed her palm down on Yun Nuashing. The flame all brought with it a sharp sound as it rushed downwards, bringing with it a 10-meter wide flame tail. Yun Nuashing's brows twitched when she clearly felt the violent energy that came with the flame all. Her gaze was fixed on the flame all that was speeding towards her. She opened her evil spirit eye, and the flame all speed suddenly slowed down. Of course, it didn't mean that the flame all speed had slowed down. It was just that it had slowed down in her line of sight. She could even see it clearly as it rotated very slowly. Looking at the attack range of the flame all, Yun Nuashing agilely leaped and her body flew close to the flame all. In a flash, she suddenly appeared in front of Qingxian and the giant sword in her hand viciously slashed at his shoulder. The giant sword suddenly froze when it was swung out. Qing Xian's palm was wrapped in blue flames and held the blue flame giant sword. His shoulders shook, and the force on the blue flame giant sword was completely offset. Under the scorching heat of the blue flame, the giant sword even started to turn illusory. When the two came into contact, there was a violent energy churning, causing them to quickly release each other and retreat a distance away. Brother Yuan, your blue flame doesn't seem to be as strong as my blue flame. Qing Xian smiled faintly as she rubbed her palm. Qing Xian's expression suddenly changed when her voice sounded. She quickly turned around, and her palm that was covered in blue flames directly covered a blue flame fist that suddenly rushed out from the void. Bang! When the palm and fist collided, a blazing wind surged in the air. Yun Nuoxing and Qing Xian both retreated a distance away from each other. Yun Nuoxing stuck out her tongue when Qing Xian hit her in the right position. She looked at him and said, "Lesson number 1 in fighting: shut up when fighting." Brother Yuan, this is a peaceful exchange of pointers. Qing Xian's face twitched twice as he smiled bitterly. If it weren't for his sharp senses, he would have been beaten to the ground. The strength of that fist was frighteningly strong. All right, I'll remember it. Yun Nuoxing helplessly scratched her head and said, looking at the helpless Yun Nuoxing, Qing Xian smiled faintly and shook his head. He took a step forward, and a majestic aura suddenly burst out from his body in an earth-shattering manner. As soon as this aura appeared, it instantly swept across the entire space. Yun Nuoxing was startled and quickly retreated a few steps before she could stabilize herself. 8th tier, immortal step. Yun Nuoxing's face trembled, and he couldn't help but touch the back of his head. It was only now that he understood why these people's names were always mentioned. It turned out that their normal strength really surpassed his by a lot. Qing Xian didn't look much older than him, but there was such a huge gap between them. Yun Nuoxing took a deep breath, and his mind moved. He completely released his surging aura. At the same time, the 2 blue flame giant swords that were floating beside him turned purple. Purple flames gushed out from his body without reservation. The temperature of the space suddenly increased by countless times. Even the people who were separated by 2 barriers could feel the scorching heat. Yun Nuoxing didn't dare to be careless when facing an opponent who was several realms higher than him. Although the Netherworld Ruin's sword could beat him to a pulp, this wasn't a life-and-death battle. He still had to rely on himself. Brother Yuan isn't bad either. The purple flame lingered and looked at the green flame from afar. When the purple night flame appeared, the green flame even fluctuated and was unknowingly weakened. In front of the god of all flames, other flames naturally had to retreat. Qing Xian was a little surprised as she looked at it. She smiled faintly and did not hesitate. Her hand seals changed into a series of complicated seals. The green fire behind her seemed to be boiling under the hand seals. The temperature became hotter and hotter. A green fire dragon that was dozens of feet long condensed behind her back. It was a little illusory. Roar! As soon as the fire dragon was formed, it let out a dragon roar and circled around Qing Xian. Its 2 dragon eyes stared at Yun Nuoxing. Although it wasn't a real dragon, it released a faint dragon aura. Green dragon strangle. As the fire dragon became more and more solid, Qing Xian let out a loud shout. The fire dragon that was releasing a faint dragon's might instantly swept out and let out an earth-shattering roar. It was like a bolt of green lightning that streaked across space and attacked Yin Nuo planet. Dragon aura. Is it because of the green dragon bloodline? Yun Nuoxing was a little surprised when she felt the faint dragon aura contained in the fire dragon. She looked at the huge dragon that was whizzing towards her with a grave expression. The 2 of them had crossed a great distance. If she wasn't serious, she might be injured. Gently exhaling, Yun Nuoxing grabbed a huge purple flame sword in each hand and smashed them together, fusing them into one. purple and blue flames swirled around the sword like a spiral. Then he took a step forward, raised the huge purple and blue sword above his head, and slashed down fiercely. Netherworld, firmament, slash. As the huge sword slashed down, a huge bluish-purple sword ray that was more than 10 feet long shot out from the sword. It was like a perfect crescent arc that shot towards the green dragon. Boom! 2 frightening energies violently erupted in midair. A 3-colored energy storm swept out from the middle at an extremely fast speed. This firestorm covered the entire space in the blink of an eye. The frightening energy struck the energy barrier until it shook a little. However, it did not show any signs of breaking. The huge flaming storm wreaked havoc and continuously attacked the barrier. Even the surrounding seawater was stirred up by the impact. Seeing this scene, the people in the distance were a little surprised. Although they were far away, they could still faintly feel the blazing energy. At this moment, the figure of a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. The middle-aged man patted Jiao Ming's shoulder as soon as he appeared. He then raised his hand and gently clenched it towards the barrier in the distance. An invisible wave was emitted. The flaming storm within the barrier was instantly reversed and finally disappeared. Father, seeing the middle-aged man, Jiao Ming was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly called out. The surrounding people were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect that even the Jiao Dragon King would appear. The Jiao Dragon King waved his hand. Looking at the flaming storm that had been annihilated, he smiled faintly and said, "2 interesting little fellows." Hearing his words, the crowd was stunned. They quickly turned their gazes over and saw that the flaming storm had dissipated. The figures of Yun Nuoxing and Qing Xian were revealed. At this moment, the 2 of them had disheveled hair, and their robes were charred black. They were breathing rapidly, and a large patch of their faces was black as if they had been fished out of a coal mine. Yun Nuoxing was slightly better. When she was revealed, the golden light hurriedly disappeared. It was obvious that she had used a divine artifact to block some of the energy, so she didn't suffer any injuries. On the other hand, Qing Xian's upper body was bare. It seemed that Yun Nuoxing had the upper hand in the confrontation. After all, she had a divine artifact protecting her body. Who could do anything to her? That, brother, you should put on some clothes. Seeing that Qing Xian's upper body was bare and covered in dirt, Yun Nuoxing embarrassedly turned her face away and laughed dryly. Qing Xian was stunned. Seeing that her upper body was bare, she was a little embarrassed. She hurriedly took out a set of clothes and put them on. Then she cupped her fists towards Yun Nuoxing and said, "Brother Yuan, I have lost." Chapter 304. After 3 moves, they competed in elements, strength, and secret techniques. After 3 moves, they stopped. This was the so-called peaceful exchange of pointers. It wasn't like the usual exchanges where they would fight for 300 rounds, causing the sky to darken and the earth to shatter. It was a relatively gentle exchange of pointers. Everyone in the distance widened their eyes. They did not understand what was going on. Qing Xian, who had the upper hand, lost just like that? TSK, this is just a small exchange of pointers. If it was a life and death battle, my Shensi would not be weaker than him. Seeing this, the disciples of the Qinghai Palace could not help but whisper softly. Everyone did not comment on this sentence. In fact, they could see the depth of these 3 moves. They did not have to fight for hundreds of rounds. It could even be said that these 3 moves condensed the competition of the entire battle. Qing Xian lost, but she might not win the life and death battle. After 3 moves, it was obvious that Qing Xian was more embarrassed. Although she was stronger, she could not do anything to Yun Nuoxing, who was protected by a divine instrument. Although no one knew that the latter was using a divine instrument, even the gods might not be able to detect it. Brother, you flatter me. I just took advantage of the flame. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing smiled bitterly and cupped her hands. If she did not use the divine mirror of light to protect herself at the last moment, Qing Xian would be topless and she would have to run around naked. Being able to have outstanding means is naturally a kind of strength. Brother Yuan, you don't have to be humble. I lost this battle. According to what I said just now, no matter who wins or loses, the grudges between us will be written off. Qing Xian waved her hands and laughed. Her calm demeanor caused the gazes of the female disciples from afar to be filled with splendor. From their perspective, even though Qing Xian had lost, she still appeared graceful and elegant. That young man is also powerful. He defeated the Qinghai Palace's Shenxi. He is also handsome. I wonder if he has a partner? Little girl, are you in love? Didn't you see that purple-haired girl? That is her partner. You don't have a chance. TSK, I didn't say anything. Are you thinking about it? Screw you. Even though they were separated by 2 barriers and a sea, Yun Nuoxing could still hear some of the discussion. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, for some reason, he glanced at Zian and found that she was also looking at him. He blushed and quickly looked away. Brother Yuan's luck with women is not bad. Qing Xian naturally heard these voices and couldn't help but tease him, causing him to roll his eyes again. After the peaceful exchange of pointers, everyone returned to the tower in the Jiao Dragon City. The scene was still lively. During the battle just now, many people had come. At this time, another large wave of people poured in. Even though the hall was very spacious, it still seemed a little crowded. Some people even had no place to sit after returning. However, after Jiao, Ru quickly ordered people to add more seats. This matter was settled. The hall was full. Qing Xian greeted Yun Nuoxing and offered him a cup of tea. Then she said that she had to leave. She went straight to the other side of the hall and stopped in front of a table. At that table, there was a middle-aged man sitting upright. He had a small tuft of beard on his chin. When he frowned, he looked dignified without being angry. Yun Nuoxing and the others stayed for a while. When Jiao Ru and the old Dragon King said something on the stage and the atmosphere in the hall became lively, they quietly slipped out. A few disciples of the Jiao Dragon Palace also respectfully welcomed them out. When they came out to the sea again, they looked at the blue island behind them. Then they took out Long Xianyin's boat, enlarged it to 10 meters and boarded. Brother, I'm not full yet. On the boat, Ming could not help but grumble. She tugged at Yun Nuoxing's sleeve. Before she left, she stuffed a few buns into her mouth. She was blaming Yun Nuoxing for leaving too quickly. Hee, little greedy cat, I have something for you to eat. Yun Nuoxing rubbed her head and took out a jade box. When she opened it, it was the food from the banquet just now. There was everything. Ming was drooling when she saw it. She turned around and abandoned him. She turned around and focused on the food. Eat slowly, no one will take your food. Yun Nuoxing looked at little Ming, who was wolfing down her food, and patted her head dotingly. Yuan, she looked at Ming with amusement for a while. Then he looked at the endless sea. In fact, this was not the sea. It was just a very wide water source. This huge river flowed all the way to the East Sea. Although it was insignificant compared to the East Sea, it was already a vast sea in a place like the northern wilderness. Should we speed up? Yuan, she slowly looked away and looked at Yun Nuoxing. Yun Nuoxing raised her head and looked at him in confusion. She did not know why he wanted to speed up the process. Seeing her like this, Yuan, she scratched his head and said, well, the news about the Tana's water god's temple has spread. I'm thinking if we should speed up the process. He was also told that Zian had a 5 elements body later. At that time, he was stunned for half a day and almost turned to stone. Looking at the loving couple, a sense of powerlessness rose in his heart. Although he had the famous god's spirit body, there were 2 legendary super physiques in front of him. It was said that there were only 8 people in the entire Great Yuan realm, with Yun Nuoxing being the 9th. The 5 elements body was estimated to be no more than 30 people. But now, both of them appeared at the same time. It was really driving people crazy. Yun Nuoxing suddenly understood. Then she shook her head and said, it's okay. We can't go now. Didn't I say that the gods' underworld experts will turn into ashes when they come out? Then we definitely can't go in. Okay. Hearing this, Yuan, she rubbed his hands and looked at Zian. Then he looked at Yun Nuashing. Suddenly he joked. Then what about sister-in-law's water origin? There's so many people in the world eyeing it. Uft. As soon as he said this, Yun Nuashing and Zian spat out a mouthful of water at the same time. Their faces turned red and their eyes widened. When their eyes met, they looked away shyly. WH. What sister-in-law? Zian, and I really don't have that kind of relationship. Yun Nuashing said in a panic. Her face was even redder than the two suns in the sky. Suddenly, she changed the topic and looked at Yuan calmly. She said, Say, you know that Qian likes me, but you still call her that. Are you really a man? What's wrong with that? In the gods' realm, it's nothing to have 3 or 4 wives. It doesn't matter if you don't have one. It's fine as long as you treat the 2 girls well. Unexpectedly, Yuan shrugged and looked like he didn't care. This made Yun Nuashing collapse directly. Her face twitched rapidly. Yun Nuashing's face was so red that she was almost hysterical. She roared, This! What the hell? I'm very loyal, okay? Oh, so you're only marrying one? Then who do you like? Why are you so determined? Hearing this, Yuan, she laughed strangely. Yun Nuashing's body stiffened. Her eyes were blank. After a while, she muttered, I don't know, huh? This time, it was Yuan she's turn to be dumbfounded. If you don't like anyone, why are you so determined? I'm still an innocent young man. Seeing this, Yun Nuashing suddenly changed back to her beautiful face and said in a coquettish voice. She even patted Yuan lightly with her lily-white hand and swayed her small waist. Her flirtatious appearance almost made him vomit. Yuan, she touched his chest and gasped for breath. His face was purple. Although this face was definitely that of a budding young girl, he knew the truth. This was a 100% young man. He was just a cross-dresser. Xing, you look like a girl. At this moment, Zian covered her mouth and looked at him with a smile. She said something that directly struck his soul. Hearing this, Yun Nuashing's legs turned to jelly. She directly knelt on the ground. Her face instantly turned pale. She looked up at the sky and roared in grief. No, it's not like that. You look so beautiful when you're in pain. Zian smiled and followed up with another attack. She made him want to cry, but had no tears. Seeing her smiling so happily, Yun Nuashing was displeased. Her face flashed red and blue, and she changed back to her current handsome face. Then, she directly moved her face closer. Her fingers lifted Zian's pure white chin, and she said with a sly smile, Little girl, smile for me. He originally thought that Zian would blush and move away. In the end, she only blushed. Then, she bloomed a beautiful smile that could make the whole world pale in comparison. That gentle look made Yun Nuashing's heart melt. For a moment, he actually forgot to let go. The distance between their faces was less than 3 inches. Yuan, she was also stunned by that smile. For a moment, he was absent-minded. After a moment, he pursed his lips and muttered, Tisk, they're torturing single people again. On the side, little Ming, who had transformed into a foodie, looked up and saw the 2 of them. She wrinkled her little nose, carried the jade box, and tiptoed behind Yun Nuashing. While they were in a daze, she reached out her little hand and pushed him at such a short distance. Even if Yun Nuashing had the fastest light element in the world, it would still take a few tenths of a second for him to change his vision, transmit the nerve signals to his brain, and react. In such a short time, even if the god of time came, he wouldn't be able to stop time and time. So, the moment his vision swayed, Yun Nuashing only saw that peerlessly beautiful face sticking close to him. His lips touched something warm and soft. After a few tenths of a second, his slow brain finally reacted. His face turned pale, and in an instant it turned blood red. He almost stopped thinking. Zian also stared blankly at him. The blue sea, the blue sky, the gentle wind, the small boat, and the sea breeze. All of this was quite a nice scene. Just now, when she was being teased, she really did smile according to his wishes. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen, and she would carelessly lose her first kiss? Their faces couldn't be any redder. When their eyes met, they felt as if time had stopped at this moment. The sound of breathing, the sound of the wind, and the frantic heartbeat, everything disappeared. The only rhythm that existed in their minds was chaos. Damn, even if it's not sister-in-law this time, it has to be sister-in-law. Ming, beautifully done. After Yuan, she reacted, he suddenly jumped up excitedly as if he had discovered a huge secret. He even hurriedly gave little Ming a thumbs up. Ming, godly assist. I like it. I give full marks for this assist. In Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world, Z, who hadn't spoken to him for a long time, also jumped up excitedly at this moment. He took out his diary in a fluster, and because he was so excited, he even made a lot of mistakes. Humph, don't thank me too much. Hearing this, Ming wrinkled his little nose indifferently. He put a snack in his mouth and chewed it. He looked at the two petrified people and smiled slyly. After a long time, Yun Nuoxing finally reacted. As if she had been electrocuted, she suddenly screamed and hurriedly jumped back. Looking at Mei Mao's empty eyes, Zian, who looked like she had lost her soul, turned pale with fright. She hurriedly grabbed her hand and cried out in panic, Zian, that... I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I, Zian, who heard the cry, also pulled back her wandering soul at this moment. The moment her soul returned to her body, her heart beat violently, like a little deer running around. When she saw Yun Nuoxing calling her in a panic, she felt a little indescribable in her heart. It seemed like she was happy, but also a little worried about her gains and losses, and also a little at a loss. Xing. Finally, Zian opened her red lips. What? Yun Nuoxing shivered and glared fiercely at Ming, who was smiling foolishly. Then, she hurriedly pricked up her ears to listen. Zian's face was red. She opened her mouth, but didn't say anything. Mei Mao's eyes were a little misty. In the end, she just shook her head and said, No, it's nothing. Zian, I really didn't do it on purpose. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuoxing panicked even more. She was about to go crazy. Seeing how anxious she was, Zian chuckled and touched her hand. She smiled faintly and said, I don't blame you. Just a little, let me calm down. After she finished speaking, she got up and walked to the front of the boat, leaving Yun Nuoxing alone in the wind. He felt his heart turn cold. Seeing that Ming had already eaten her fill and was rubbing her tummy contentedly, Yun Nuoxing suddenly felt a rush of anger in his heart. His hair stood on end, and he flew into a rage out of humiliation. He pulled her into his arms and started to rub her head viciously. He roared angrily, it's all because of you, little girl. What are you doing? You have to know when you're joking, dear. Big brother, weren't you enjoying yourself just now? You even kissed me for so long and didn't let go. Ming pouted when she heard him. She stared at him pitifully and mumbled. Hearing this, Yun Nuoxing was so angry that he laughed. He patted her head and smiled bitterly. How was that enjoying? We were almost scared out of our wits. Anyway, don't do that in the future. It's fine if we know each other. But if it's someone you don't know and you cause trouble, it'll be fun, Yun Nuoxing instructed patiently. Oh. Ming nodded. She turned her bright, gem-like eyes and said, Then I can do this between Big Brother and Big Sister Zian in the future. A row of dense black lines suddenly appeared on Yun Nuoxing's forehead. He felt that this little girl was going to drive him crazy. Absolutely. No way. Chapter 305. The surface of the water was calm, without even a single wave. The silver boat pushed open the water and floated alone on this lonely ocean. In the sky, one or two huge seabirds would occasionally fly by and let out two cries. The two suns hung high in the sky, casting down the brilliant sunlight. The silver light reflected was very conspicuous. Zien sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat. The cool sea breeze blew, bringing with it a faint fishy smell. Her dark purple hair swayed gently in the wind. The golden sunlight shone on her beautiful face, leaving a long golden glow. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly under the golden light. She looked incomparably holy and hazy, like a dream. Yun Nuashing, who was behind her, saw this beautiful appearance and was a little anxious. He admitted that this appearance was quite attractive, but after what had just happened, he was not in the mood to appreciate it. Zien was so calm that he was a little worried. Normally, in this situation, a girl should be furious, right? However, Lan Xan was sitting beside Zien. She had been sitting there, holding the ball of light and learning the language seriously. Yun Nuashing was anxious and quickly whispered to her. Lan Xan's little ears twitched, and the ball of light gradually dimmed. Lan Xan put it away and looked back at Yun Nuashing. She blinked at Mei Mao and then looked at Zien. At this time, the latter's face was blank. Her jade fingers were touching her red lips, and her cheeks were a little red. Lan Xan chuckled and moved her but to sit beside Zien. When she saw her indescribable expression, the corners of her mouth curled up. She suddenly smiled and said, Zien, I didn't expect you to like Brother Nuashing. Ah. Zien, who was in a daze, was startled by this voice that suddenly rang out. When she finally reacted to what she had said, her charming face suddenly flushed red. She hurriedly waved her jade-like hands and said in a panic, No. What's there to hide? Seeing this, Lan Xan was even more convinced. She smiled faintly and said, We are all girls. How can we not tell if we like someone? You don't have to feel ashamed about this. Brother Nuashing is so outstanding. If a girl doesn't like him, then there is a problem. As soon as he said this, not to mention Zien's reaction, Yun Nuashing, who accidentally overheard him, almost choked on her saliva. She coughed violently, patted her chest hard, and rolled her eyes. Yuan Shi and Ming were a little confused. What are you talking about? I asked you to enlighten Zien, but you're talking about me. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes and waved at Yuan Shi and the others, indicating that it was nothing. When Zien heard this, her delicate body stiffened. She slowly put down her lily-white hands and stared blankly at the calm sea. She seemed to be in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, she sighed and turned around. She looked at Lan Shiner and murmured, Is this love? I don't know. What does it feel like to like someone? What kind of emotion is it? I don't know. My heart is in a mess. If these words were heard by Zai, he would definitely be called an emotional idiot again. It turned out that these two people were like blank sheets of paper when it came to relationships. They didn't know anything and hadn't even opened their eyes to love. In fact, Zai did hear it. At this moment, he was mumbling to himself angrily, Damn it, it's really difficult to stick these two pieces of paper together and paint them pink. I'm so angry. The sea of fire in the spiritual world was stirred up by this sentence. It seemed to show her anger. For the love of these two children, I have to work harder. Zai sighed helplessly and pulled his long hair gloomily. He said in a muffled voice, The revolution hasn't succeeded yet. Comrade, you still have to work harder. Lan Shiner hugged her legs and put her head on her knees. She tilted her head and looked at Zien. After a long time, she said, The so-called love, I think, is to be willing to do anything for that person. In your heart, you always think of that person. Zien heard this and felt even more confused. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky. You're still young. When you grow up, you'll know. Lan Shiner, who knew her real age, smiled faintly. Although she wasn't that old, and saying this seemed a little old-fashioned, although she hadn't really lived that long. Her soul had flowed with the flow of time for a long time. She still had some experience. At least, her mind was no longer that of a teenager. Lan Shiner patted Xian's head and said with a smile, "Also, don't be in a daze here for too long. Brother Nuashing will be worried. You don't want him to be sad with you, right?" After he finished speaking, he took out the crystal ball and immersed his consciousness into it once again, leaving Ziyan alone at the side to meditate. Hearing this, Ziyan stared blankly at the sky. A seabird circled alone in her line of sight. She didn't know if it was looking for land or flying aimlessly in the sea. "Sister Ziyan, I believe that one day you will understand your feelings for a little boy." Suddenly, she recalled what Yuan Qian had said to her. Her perplexed expression cleared up a little as she looked at the clear sky and sighed. Time can settle everything and wash away all the impurities. "Then let time prove everything." Seeing her slightly relaxed eyebrows, Yun Nuashing breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his chest with some lingering fear. It seemed that Lan Shiner had temporarily stabilized Zian. He, Nuashing, sister-in-law, is very difficult to deal with. Seeing him like this, she looked at Zian and laughed sinisterly. What the hell?" Yun Nuashing, who was originally absent-minded, although he did not listen to what he said seriously, he subconsciously nodded his head. The moment he reacted, his expression suddenly changed, his eyes widened, and he realized that he seemed to have casually admitted to something incredible. "Tisk, tsk, tsk." Seeing this, she couldn't help but smack his lips. He shook his head and smiled. Nothing. The night silently descended, and the two bright, full moons slowly climbed to the top of the sky, casting a light purple radiance down. Together with the endless starlight on the horizon, the whole world seemed gorgeous and colorful. Watching the bright, starry sky and moonlight on the empty ocean was a special feeling. The purple light shone on the handsome face. Yun Nuashing slowly woke up from her cultivation state. She gently opened her eyes. A ray of light flashed through them. Seeing that the entire ocean had turned purple, she sighed softly. Unknowingly, it's the purple night again. She slowly stood up and leaned against the side of the boat. Looking back, she found that everyone was cultivating. After observing for a while, and finding that there was no problem, she carefully glanced at Zian. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly against the side of the boat, she couldn't help but be stunned. Looking left and right and seeing that no one was awake, she nodded and tiptoed over. Taking off her black windbreaker, she gently covered Ming with it. Then she tiptoed back and put a coat over him before walking back to the side of the boat. The long journey, the endless time, is the path I'm taking really correct? Suddenly remembering something, Yun Nuashing was a little confused. He didn't know if the path he had chosen was correct. The path ahead was difficult and complicated, and he couldn't even see any signs of it. However, after a while, his gaze became firm again. Looking at the distant cluster of galaxies in the sky, he couldn't help but laugh. "It must be correct!" Suddenly, Yun Nuashing felt a small hand patting his shoulder. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Thinking that it was Lan Shiner, he slowly turned around. The smile on his face instantly froze, and even his body was petrified at this moment. Why are you awake?" Yun Nuashing laughed dryly and scratched his head. His gaze was a little unnatural, because the person in front of him was none other than Zian, who had an awkward kiss with him today. At this moment, Zian was staring at him without blinking. The two pairs of eyes were parallel to each other, and he didn't know what to do. Tightening her windbreaker, Zian looked at him and said softly, "I'm not asleep." Yun Nuashing was stunned for a moment. Scratching his head, he glanced at the sky and said that it's so late. "Aren't you sleeping?" "I can't sleep." Zian shook her head. She spread her long hair and let it dance in the wind. Leaning against the edge of the boat, Mei Mao stared at the purple sea in a daze. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing didn't know what to say. He could only stare at the sea. The two of them didn't speak, and the atmosphere was a little strange. It was very depressing, and the usual harmony was gone. The silver and purple boat gently parted the waves. Behind the boat, the waves rippled for a few meters before returning to normal. The two of them were reflected in the water. They looked a little indifferent, and there was no trace of expression on their faces. After a long time, Zian suddenly turned around and looked at Yun Nuashing. She whispered, Xingxing. Yun Nuashing raised his head and turned to look at her. He smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong?" "Kiss me." Silence. In the air, there was only the buzzing sound of the wind blowing past their ears. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's world seemed to be collapsing and about to fall apart. What? After a long time, he shuddered. His whole body trembled. His face twitched and his teeth chattered. He looked at Zian in confusion. Seeing him like this, Zian smiled bitterly and shook her head gently. She said, "I said, kiss me." This time it was really clear. However, Yun Nuashing suspected that he had heard wrongly. He patted his ears hard, and his heart started to beat faster. His worldview was about to be overturned. "Zian, are you confused? Sleepwalking?" Yun Nuashing swallowed his saliva and took a step back. He laughed dryly. He didn't know why she was suddenly like this. Could it be that she was provoked? Or was she sleepwalking? That was what he thought. However, his gaze couldn't help but fall on those tender and beautiful red lips. Accompanied by the gorgeous moonlight, they looked like a dream and made him feel a little confused. "I'm very awake." Zian smiled faintly and waved her hand. She looked firmly at Yun Nuashing and said, "I'm serious." Yun Nuashing was scared. He couldn't help but take a step back. Just as he was about to say something, a lily-white hand wrapped around his waist and pulled him into a soft embrace. He was so scared that he couldn't say anything. "Don't say anything. Kiss me." Zian pulled Yun Nuashing into her arms. She wrapped her soft arms around his neck so that he couldn't escape. She blinked at Mei Mao, then closed her eyes and moved her small mouth forward. Today was definitely the most frightening day Yun Nuashing had ever been. There was no other day. He was almost driven crazy. Even when he was caught off guard by Xian Yin's sneak attack, it wasn't as frightening as today. At this moment, his psychological defenses had already collapsed beyond recognition. Yun Nuashing glanced at her disappointingly. He gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly in his heart. "If I die, then so be it. If I die under a peony, then I'll be a romantic ghost." Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He glanced at Zian one last time. He slowly lowered his head, stretched his neck, and opened his mouth slightly. He kissed Zian's cherry lips. Chapter 306. The moonlight was enchanting, and the stars were shining brightly. On the silver boat, the two figures were pressed tightly together. Even the moonlight dimmed at this moment, and the cloudless sea suddenly became much darker. This kiss was different from the previous one, which left them in a daze. During this kiss, both of them carried some inexplicable emotions. This should have been the most touching moment. The surface of the sea was quiet. Even Ziyi, who had witnessed everything in the spiritual world, was very quiet. She didn't say anything. She silently picked up her diary and solemnly wrote down this matter. Looking at her beautiful face that couldn't hide her joy, it was clear that she must have misunderstood. These two people were definitely not doing this out of love. When the moonlight brightened again, the two blushing faces slowly separated. Yun Nuashing stared at the pair of limpid eyes that were no longer confused and were instead filled with deep affection. She couldn't help but swallow. Although the passion just now had some inexplicable components, it didn't affect its own meaning. It successfully seduced the two of them. With the help of the moonlight, Yun Nuashing clearly saw the person in her arms. Her heart trembled violently. Zian's eyes were misty and her eyes were like silk. She had lost a trace of elegance and gained a touch of charm. Under the illumination of the purple light, She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. His body trembled, and Yun Nuashing slapped himself in his heart. He hurriedly took a deep breath and tried his best to calm his chaotic emotions. Gently stroking her soft hair, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but ask, "That little girl, can you give me a reason?" Hearing this, Xian's delicate body trembled. She lowered her head very low, almost burying it in Yun Nuashing's chest. After fidgeting for a long time, she muttered softly, "A little, Yun Nuashing tidied up Xian's long hair and asked softly, "A little what?" "A little. I want a little. I want to find an answer." Xian shook her head. Her face was red, as if she didn't want to say it. Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. What kind of question was this? He couldn't help but pat her head and say, "Silly girl, even if you want an answer, you don't have to do it this way." Hearing this, Xian shook her head gently and said, "I think this is the fastest way to get an answer. All right, do you have an answer now?" Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He didn't argue with her and asked directly. Xian tilted her head and looked at him. Then she tilted her head to the other side and looked behind him. Then she looked directly at the sky. After a long time, she slowly focused her gaze on Yun Nuashing. She blinked her Mei-Mao and said, "Uncertainly, I think. I do, but I also don't think so." Hearing this, Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to say something, he realized that the two of them were in an extremely intimate position. His handsome face blushed, and he tried to struggle out of her embrace. After a while, he allowed her to hug him again. Although Xian didn't say much, he could feel the churning emotions in her heart. It was like a stormy sea, causing him to feel uneasy. Of course, at this moment, he didn't completely calm down. The two of them were tightly pressed together, as if they were going to melt together. Of course, there were some places that were touching intimately, which made a certain someone's heart flutter. His breathing became a little erratic, and he hurriedly recited scriptures in his heart. Only then did he not overreact in certain places. Otherwise, it would really be awkward. The two of them hugged each other tightly and listened to each other's heartbeats. At this moment, they only felt that the world was strangely quiet. Only the thumping of their hearts gradually resonated and slowly combined into a gentle and rhythmic heartbeat. "Can I borrow it for one night?" Xian suddenly asked. Yun Nuashing, who almost fell asleep standing up, was stunned for a moment. Her mind was still in a daze, and her reaction was half a beat slower. "Huh." Just as Yun Nuashing was a little confused, Xian suddenly turned sideways and pulled her gently onto the deck. He glanced at her a little stiff and said softly, "Go to sleep." After that, he directly closed Mei-Mao. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that the world was filled with snowflakes. At this moment, her expression was incomparably horrified and funny, as if she had heard something terrifying. "Hey, hey, hey, little girl." At this moment, Yun Nuashing couldn't care about anything else. Her handsome face was pale, and she hurriedly reached out a hand, shook Xian and called out softly. Phew! However, Xian ignored her. There was a faint sound of calm breathing, as if she had fallen asleep. Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that her worldview had been kicked upside down. "Miss, you're so fragrant. How do you want me to sleep? If this goes on, my mind will be distorted." Seeing her like this, Yun Nuashing wailed to her heart. A pleasant fragrance wafted from Xian's body. Although it made him feel quite comfortable, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't think too much about it. In any case, he was a little boy who had developed normally. If this kind of thing happened too often, his mind would become perverted. First there was Sister, then there was Xianin, then there was Xan, and now even Xian is treating me like a bolster. What the F***CK did I do to deserve this? Yun Nuashing fiercely ground her teeth. She was so angry that she broke down. She couldn't help but feel sorry for herself. What a sin, what a sin! After hysterically roaring a few times in her heart, Yun Nuashing finally felt tired. Her heart was tired, and she felt that she wouldn't love again. Then her head tilted to one side, and she rested her head on Xian's soft and fragrant shoulder, slowly falling asleep. Just as Yun Nuashing couldn't support her body and mind and fell asleep, Xian gently opened Maimao. She glanced at Yun Nuashing, who was breathing calmly, and touched his head with her lily-white hand. She turned her head and looked at the vast starry sky. She couldn't help but sigh. Biting her red lips, Xian looked at Yun Nuashing, who even showed signs of fatigue in his sleeping posture. She felt a little sorry for him. She raised her head slightly, put her mouth next to his ear, and whispered as if she was sleep-talking, "Xingxing, I'm sorry. I don't want to tell you the answer yet." After she finished speaking, she looked at him again. Her lily-white hand wrapped around Yun Nuashing's long, dark purple hair that fell in front of her. Her red lips gently pressed against Yun Nuashing's mouth. After a long time, she released him. She wrapped one hand around his waist and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, when a faint light lit up in the east, half of the sea was illuminated in orange. When a ray of light shone on Yuan Shi's face, Yuan Shi's eyelids trembled, and he slowly opened his eyes. He looked at the two suns that rose one after the other, stretched lazily and yawned loudly. His gaze shifted, and he almost jumped into the sea. With dead fish eyes, Yuan Shi looked at the two figures in the distance. They were covered in black windbreakers, and they were stuck together. Instantly, he felt that his HP bar was about to be emptied. Cough. This public display of affection, I give it full marks. He coughed painfully. Yuan Shi felt his heart hurt, his mind hurt, his liver hurt, and his whole body hurt. He trembled as he wiped away the non-existent blood at the corner of his mouth. Then, he couldn't help but look at the two of them. He realized that Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing were sleeping peacefully, as if they had found something that could comfort their souls. Pausing, Yuan Shi saw little Ming kneeling quietly at the side. Her eyes were closed, and she seemed to be asleep. He couldn't help but mutter, "Seriously, did they throw Ming aside to enjoy themselves?" After he said that, he walked over. Just as he was about to put Ming down, he realized that the latter suddenly opened her eyes and stared at him with her lively little eyes. "Sure, don't disturb Big Brother," and Yun Nuashing. Ming put her little hand to her mouth and smiled sweetly, revealing a mouthful of pearl-like white teeth. She looked very cute. Lan Shiner's figure silently appeared at the side. She looked at the few of them, and then looked at Xian, whose pretty face seemed to be filled with happiness. She smiled and said telepathically, "Go away, Brother Nuashing and Yun Nuashing are about to wake up. It's not good to scare them." After she said that, Ming and Yun Nuashing nodded and tiptoed away, pretending that they hadn't seen anything. When the two suns chased each other up to the sky, a warm aura filled the entire world. Yun Nuashing and Xian, at this moment, opened their eyes at the same time. Their four eyes looked at each other. For some reason, the two of them actually laughed. A hearty laughter and a light laughter intertwined together. It was very cheerful. After laughing for a while, Yun Nuashing rubbed Xian's head and said, "Little girl, what are you laughing at?" "Little Star is the one laughing. Why are you laughing all of a sudden?" When Xian heard that, she curled her lips in amusement and smiled sweetly. When they heard that the two of them had suddenly become much more intimate, Lan Shiner and the other two were stunned. They didn't know what had happened last night to cause such a change. It seemed that the relationship between the two of them had become much closer. Although they didn't know what the specific relationship was, no matter what the two of them said. Yuan, she didn't think that it was just a simple friendship, of course. The three of them didn't walk over. They just stood at the side and looked at the sea silently with an expression that said, "I didn't hear anything." At the same time, they used energy to cover their ears and deliberately created a secret space that belonged to Yun Nuashing and Yun Nuashing. Mei Mao glanced at them secretly. When she saw Yuan Shi and Yun Nuashing's expressions, she couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. Then, She looked at Yun Nuashing and blinked her bright eyes. She pulled him up and hesitated for a while. Then she said softly, Xing, last night, I seemed to be too willful and embarrassed you. I'm sorry. Even though Yun Nuashing's ears were sharp and his hands were fast, he couldn't cover Xian's cherry lips in time. Those 3 words floated out perfectly. He couldn't help but sigh softly. Yun Nuashing patted her head and smiled indifferently. What's there to apologize for? Actually, I took advantage of you this time. I should be the one apologizing. Xian's long and slender eyelashes trembled twice when she heard this. She shook her head and was just about to say something when a warm hand directly covered her small mouth. The following words directly caused a wisp of red to spread from her slender jade neck all the way to the tip of her delicate ears. But speaking of which, last night's kiss was really alluring. It was a kiss from a beauty. As expected, it was soul-stirring and made my heart palpitate. Even I was a little tempted. By the way, it was so soft and fragrant. Yun Nuashing said with a sinister smile. He said some things without any shame. He couldn't help but lick his lips when he saw her shy and alluring appearance. Xian's pretty face turned even redder when she saw him like this. Her head was so hot that it felt like it was going to burn. Her vision became a little blurry, and she could even see a few wisps of white smoke drifting out from the top of her head. Bad, Xing, are you addicted? Xian whispered as she moved his hand away. She wanted to break free from Yun Nuashing's embrace, but found that she couldn't use any strength. Haha. Yun Nuashing grinned when he heard that. He nodded and said very seriously, Little girl, this situation was caused by you. What do you think you should do? Xian was so embarrassed that she almost fainted when she heard that. She looked like a weak lamb that had fallen into the mouth of a ferocious, hungry wolf. She didn't know what to do. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly when he saw that she was about to faint. He continued to act like a hooligan without any mercy. He gently wiped his finger across her tender and alluring lips that were so red that it could bleed if he pinched her. Then he placed his finger next to his mouth and gently tapped it. Xing. Yun Nuashing still didn't stop his crusade against her. Xian really wanted to faint in his arms. Even her heartbeat and breathing became a little chaotic. She thought about it for a while, then fiercely bit her crystal-like white teeth. Yun Nuashing felt that he had teased her enough and was about to stop. Who knew that in the next moment a blushing pretty face would suddenly enlarge in front of his eyes. Then his lips suddenly touched something soft this time. It was his turn to be dumbfounded. At this moment, Yun Nuashing's heart felt like there were 1,000 dragons roaring and soaring, and a group of demons dancing wildly. The sky, full of fireworks, bloomed with mesmerizing colors, and the colorful light drowned the world. Just as the two of them gradually became addicted to it, Yuan Shi, who was by the side of the boat, finally couldn't stand the pink light behind him. He pulled out a handful of his hair and turned his head in grief and indignation. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Spare!" Before he could finish, "Spare a single dog like me. Woof woof is also a life." Lan Shiner raised her hand and knocked him out. At the same time, she turned Ming, who was peeking through the gap between her palms, back. Then she took the two of them and disappeared from the boat in a flash, leaving the two of them behind to spend a beautiful and sweet time together. It's really a good day. Little Xian, it's about time to wear a red dress or a wedding dress. It's said that the wedding dresses brought by the people from the mortal world are very fashionable and beautiful. Why don't you wear both, one of each? As for the wedding, we'll hold one in the peaceful world. You'll wear a wedding dress, and here, you'll wear a red dress. In the spiritual world, Zi solemnly noted down this matter when he saw the two of them kissing passionately. He had even arranged for the wedding between the two of them. If Yun Nuashing knew about this, he would probably vomit 3 tons of blood and shout, "Miss, you've misunderstood me. It's really a good day." Chapter 307. The city of the Sea King was located on the only sea in the northern wilderness. Countless ships came and went. It was a true harbor city, a miracle of engineering. The city was not built on land that protruded from the bottom of the sea, but on a huge platform that was rooted in the sea by a huge pillar. It did not contain a trace of energy and was completely man-made. It connected the two areas across the sea like a relay station on the sea. Of course, there was also a very important reason why the city was stationed here. The north was directly connected to the sea where the Tana's water god temple was located. These two seas were connected and had been connected for millions of years. However, the waters of the two seas were not connected because this was the Sea of Life, while the one in the north was the vast Dead Sea, lifeless and lifeless. The city of the Sea King was also the city closest to the Tana's water god temple. Much information about the sea would be discovered by the people here first, and then spread out. Therefore, there were also many people from first-class forces stationed here, looking forward to the day when the Tana's water god temple resurfaced so that they could go in and see what kind of place it was. After all, that area of the sea was guarded by a strange energy. Even if a god were to enter, they would not be able to fly. The only way to enter the Tana's water god temple was by water. Therefore, there were also countless strong men guarding this place. It could be said that it was the best place to attack the Tana's water god temple. The stronghold on sea, the city of the Sea King. Has someone been paying attention to this place since so long ago? The silver boat drifted on the sea. Yun Nuashing looked at the distant horizon and saw a small shadow slowly rising. Then she looked at the map again and put it away. It's not on the map. Zian sat aside and looked away. He was a little surprised. Yun Nuashing nodded and could not help but exhale. Even a city built 1,000,000 years ago was not marked on this treasure map. How old was this map? Looking at the blue shadow in the distant sky, Yuan, she stretched and said, "Are we finally going to land? I've been drifting on the sea for half a year. Every day, all I see is a blue sea. There aren't many ghosts around. Recently, my knees have been hurting a little. I don't know if it's because of rheumatism." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but chuckle when she heard that. She also heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't bored during this half-year journey. If it weren't for the few people around her who could chat and relieve her boredom, she would have really gone crazy. By then, she probably wouldn't even be able to speak when she got close to the world again. "Brother, I don't want to eat fish anymore. Can we eat something else later?" The happiest person was Ming, the little foodie. For the past 6 months, she had been eating fish. There were all kinds of fish of all shapes and sizes, which made her want to vomit whenever she saw fish. Now that she saw a city, all kinds of delicacies appeared in her little head. Pinching her nose with a smile, Yun Nuashing said, "Don't worry, Sea King City has dealings with other cities on the mainland, so there will probably be other things brought in. By the way, Ming, can you get down and walk on your own?" Yun Nuashing patted Ming's head and couldn't help but ask when she saw that she had to curl up in her arms. "No, I just want brother to carry me." Ming frowned and said unwillingly. She even waved her little fists, making everyone not know whether to laugh or cry. "Why, Ming, you've grown up. It's time for you to get down and walk on your own." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. As Ming grew older, her petite body slowly became taller. She was about 11 years old. In just half a year, she had grown a lot taller. She was no longer a child who could curl up in other people's arms. Looking at her now made everyone feel that she was having a hard time. "I don't want to." Ming shook her little head. "That's why." Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. "I just don't want to. That's exactly why." After arguing for a long time, Yun Nuashing finally compromised. She suddenly felt that life was a tragedy. However, looking at Ming's happy face in her arms, this thought was instantly erased. She patted her little head dotingly and let her be. As Yun Nuashing's boat was made of dragon Xian silver, it attracted the attention of countless people when it entered the harbor. Although they knew that this kind of divine item was out of their reach, it didn't stop some people from yearning for it. The boat gently leaned against the dock. Yun Nuashing put away the boat and slowly walked into the city under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. As Little Ming kept complaining about being hungry, the few of them had to find a restaurant to settle down and relieve the emptiness in their stomachs. At the same time, they could listen to some information in this crowded place. I heard that the people of the Yu family have returned to Sea King City. Among them is their goddess. She didn't seem to be here the last time we were here. The Yu family only came to Sea King City to settle down. Haven't you heard about the incident in Lihuan City? It is said that the goddess of the Yu family was involved at that time. They were the ones who went to bring her back. TSK, the goddess of the Yu family, is really unlucky about the incident in Lihuan City. She went there at this time. She is really lucky to be able to come back alive. Sigh. She went to that city by accident. It is said that she brought some stones to the world to show them to the world, but it didn't seem to have any results. Speaking of which, the prohibition of the water god temple in Tanez is about to be broken. The people of the Yu family will probably get involved. Logically speaking, many forces will get involved. Not long after sitting down, Yun Nuashing heard some information that shocked her. She was stunned almost instantly. The Yu family? Hearing this family, Yun Nuashing suddenly remembered the black stone in the pendant. There was a word, Feng, written in the language of the gods on it, which made her very interested. However, the other parts of the stone were taken away by the goddess of the Yu family. Now that she was here, she suddenly became excited. Seeing Yun Nuashing's suddenly interested expression, Ziyan knew what he was thinking. He knew that Yun Nuashing was still thinking about that piece of black stone, and he couldn't help but chuckle as he said softly, "Do you want to go over now?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing looked at Little Ming, who was wolfing down the food as well as Yuan. She shook her head and said, "Let Ming eat his fill first. I'm not in a hurry. Take your time." Suddenly, Yuan, she excitedly said something that made everyone feel confused. An hour later, outside the Immortal Stone Square, Yun Nuashing and the others were watching from afar. The entrance was completely surrounded by a large group of people. Many people ran over to watch. They looked up and couldn't wait to fly in. Why is it so exaggerated? Looking at the line that was almost 1,000 meters long, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but touch his face and laugh dryly. He didn't expect so many people to gather in the Immortal Stone Square, and they were all here for the goddess of the Yu family. The Yu family was also one of the 8 great ancient families. There was no need to say more about their reputation. However, their reputation was a bit mysterious, because the Yu family was one of the 8 great ancient families. It was a very mysterious and low-key family. It didn't come out for a long time and stood aloof from worldly affairs. If it wasn't for the fact that it came out 1,000,000 years ago, the world wouldn't know that there was such a force in the god realm. It was also from that day onwards that the original 7 great ancient families became the 8 great ancient families. And this family was known as the one that was most fond of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In the family, there were more women than men. The women in the family were all beautiful. It was called a heaven-like place by the young people in the world. Many young people wanted to marry into the Yu family or marry a fairy from the Yu family. However, not many people could do it, not even the other 7 great ancient families. Craning his neck to watch from 1,000 meters away, Yun Nuashing couldn't help but shake his head. There were so many people. When would they be able to go in? Of course, he wasn't going for the goddess of the Yu family. His only target was the black stone that the goddess had taken out. He was very curious whether the other black stone had any engravings of the divine era's characters. If we continue to squeeze like this, we won't be able to go in no matter what. In fact, the reason why a group of people are stuck here is because the Yu family won't let them go in. Even if they can squeeze to the entrance of the Immortal Stone Shop, they won't be able to go in. Seeing his anxious look, Yuan, she couldn't help but chuckle. "You have a way?" Hearing this, Yun Nuashing raised his eyebrows and asked, Yuan Shi smiled mysteriously and waved his hand, saying, "Follow me." After saying this, he directly left. Yun Nuoxing and the others looked at each other and hurriedly followed him. After making many turns and avoiding the crowd, Yuan Shi led them straight to the side door of the immortal stone shop. Surprisingly, there wasn't a crowd here. It was empty except for two young girls with swords hanging from their waists. Seeing Yun Nuoxing and the others coming over, the two pairs of bright eyes looked over. "Two young masters, please stop." One of the girls took a step forward and said in a clear and melodious voice, "It won't work." Yun Nuoxing heard this and shrugged. Then he looked at Yuan Shi, not knowing what he was planning. "Wait, where did you put that thing?" Yuan Shi curled his lips and then rummaged through his clothes. He didn't know what he was looking for, but his clothes were very messy, and he looked very embarrassed. "Oh, here it is." In the end, he took out a white token from the ring on his finger. There was a majestic energy hidden in the depths of the token, which surprised Yun Nuoxing. Yuan Shi walked forward and waved the white token in front of the two girls. "This, young master, please come this way." The two girls were stunned and went forward to take a look. Their expressions suddenly changed, and they hurriedly invited them in. They even leisurely led the way in front. Yun Nuoxing felt a little strange. She didn't know what the token was and asked curiously. A grand elder of the Yu family left this token when he came to the Yuan family as a guest. It is said that you can enter and leave some places in the Yu family and use the portal for free, Yuan Shi said with a chuckle. The courtyard in the immortal stone shop was very quiet. The noise outside couldn't be heard at all. The surrounding trees were swaying vigorously with vitality. The cool spring breeze swept by, and it felt cool. After passing through a tree-lined path, there was a small lake in front of them. It was so clear that one could see the bottom, and it reflected the surrounding forest. There was also a small pavilion. There was a faint immortal energy lingering there. It was hazy and invisible. It was hidden between the dense trees. The sound of a pipa flowed between heaven and earth like the sound of nature. It was subtle, gentle, and full of charm. There was a small pavilion by the lake that was hard to detect. It was hidden at the intersection between the forest and the lake. More than half of the pavilion was covered, and the pipa sound was coming from there. In the small pavilion, there was a beautiful and otherworldly woman holding a pipa. Her jade-like hands were dancing lightly. She wore a dress as white as snow, and her jade-like hands were sparkling like snow. She was tall, and her fine black hair was casually draped behind her back. It was casually tied up by a white hairband. Her petite face had a seductive aura. She was absolutely beautiful no matter how one looked at it. Young Mississippi, the young girl who had been leading the way for Yun Nuoxing, and the others bowed to the woman and said respectfully. Then she made an inviting gesture to them. Yuan, she casually led the others to sit down by the pavilion. Then he stared at the woman with interest, causing the young girl to be at a loss. Suddenly, the pipa sound stopped and the woman chuckled. She opened her eyes slightly and looked at Yuan Shi, who was laughing foolishly. Her clear voice slowly echoed in the small pavilion. "It has been more than 10 years since we last met. Brother Yuan Shi, how have you been?"